session special meeting. Is that what this is? Or do I have the wrong one? Yeah. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji is currently absent. Councilmember Barron's currently absent. Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. Let's see, there's nobody here, but this would be the time for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. Is anybody online?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, thanks. Please note that Councilmember Barrett has joined us.
Thank you.
Okay, before we recess to closed session, could you read off what we'll be talking about?
Yes, as authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F7 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20-STCP03193. For F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy, City Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCP02189. For F4, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23-TRCP00325. For F5, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCV10146. For F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22-TRCP00203. For F7, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23-STCP00426. Items F8 and F9 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F8, the property is 121 West Torrance Boulevard, Suite 203, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. And for item F9, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina Parking Lot and Seaside Lagoon, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to each of these items?
Yes, Mayor. For all items this evening, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F7, we will be joined by outside legal counsel John Wellner and Abby O'Brien. For items F8 and F9, we will be joined by Waterfront and Economic Development Director Greg Kapovich. And then for item F8, we will also have Brian Campbell, outside leasing agent.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, and note that Councilmember Obaji has joined us.
4:32.
432, thank you.
It was 4:31:36, but who's
Well,
counting?
it depends how you go on that clock.
We
I
will
just saw it
return
here.
on or about 6 PM to report out on closed session and open the open session. Thank you. session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovich, absent at the moment, Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett, absent at the moment, Mayor Light.
Present. Okay, City Manager Witsansky, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
I motion we adjourn to our regular meeting.
Second?
Motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
So that's 3-4, 2 absent. Okay, so I'm going to call to order the 6 PM open session regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. Here. And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans in the audience or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. I'll stand for a second. Okay, thanks. So let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. Councilmember Waller, since you're a new guy here, I'm going to ask you to do the pledge, since we don't have a student this
You want me
week.
to stand up there?
You can do it from here.
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. And any students listening out there? Obviously, we didn't have a student today. We always like to have the highlight of our night is to have students do the Pledge of Allegiance and give us a little of their background. So please don't hesitate to go on the website and sign up with Renee. Okay, with that, let's see. We're going to go into presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. And we do have a proclamation tonight, so I will start with that. Okay, thank you. Is Andy here? Andy, you want to come on forward? So today, we're going to do a proclamation on Arbor Day. April 25th, Friday, April 25th is Arbor Day. Arbor Day was established in 1872 when the Nebraska Board of Agriculture created a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees. Arbor Day is now celebrated and observed throughout the nation and around the world. Trees provide numerous benefits, including combating climate change by reducing erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife and ecosystems. Our city's urban forest contains nearly 14,000 trees located in parks, on parkways, and medians, and other green spaces. On March 16th, 2023, the City Council adopted its first ever tree ordinance to formalize its commitment to planting, maintaining, and protecting trees, and that was thanks to some actual activism by some of our residents, and thanks to South Bay Parkland Conservancy and some of the other folks who supported that. In 2024, because of that, the city of Redondo Beach received designation as a Tree City USA. And during the last 3 years, the city has planted over 400 new trees and has an ongoing goal of planting at least 100 new trees every year. So with that, Andy, you're going to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Public Works Group. You have any words to say?
I just wanted to recognize Mark Garlock, our urban forester, who's here doing double duty as dad tonight. So he's there in the back. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, he's the big one. He said his family loves Arbor Day just like Christmas.
So with that, I, Jim Light, Mayor of the City of Redondo Beach, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day. So.
you want everybody up in the back or?
We do.
Stand up for trees.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay, so now, any announcements or AB 1234 travel expense reports to the council, from the council? Councilmember Waller,
Nothing?
Councilmember Castle,
Nothing.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Just a couple announcements. I want to thank our Community Services Department for an amazing extravaganza that happened at Franklin Park on Saturday. Lines of people waiting to see the Easter Bunny. It was amazing. We just saw the tail end of it coming back from spring break. But- And all of the eggs were picked up. I think every kid rummaged that whole park for any sign of eggs anywhere. It was a great event. So I got a lot of feedback and very well done. Thank you. Councilman Barrett is having a District 5 community meeting tomorrow night. No. Yes. Tomorrow night with special guest Mayor Light. And I have also extended this invitation to my residents, anyone subscribing to my newsletter. It's a great opportunity to hear from the mayor about things that are his priorities and passions for the city. I will be there as well. And then a District 3 community meeting on Zoom will happen on the 22nd at 6 p.m. You can register on my webpage on the city website. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. On the subject of Arbor Day, USC Dornsife School found, in a new study, found that vegetation in Los Angeles offsets a surprising 60% of fossil fuel emissions, a much larger percentage than was ever imagined, and capturing them in real time, especially in the growing season. So that's why you see a lot of us pushing for trees every budget season for our Public Works team to get out as many trees as possible. It's extremely important here in Redondo Beach. Also, I had long-winded kind of inauguration comments 2 weeks ago, but I wanted to make sure I thanked our police officers and firefighters who stood behind me and supported me through this last campaign, the last 4 years. We've achieved great things for public safety in Redondo Beach in the last 4 years, and only better things are going to come in the next 4 years. I also wanted to thank Mayor Light, Councilmember Barrett, for their support and others, but Councilmember Barrett in particular was a champion for all the great candidates, supporting every one of the candidates who won in every elective office in Redondo Beach, ensuring that great work continues to happen here. Going back to my last community meeting on March 26th at Michael's, I want to thank Councilmember Barrett for coming, Public Works Director Andy Wingy, Traffic Engineer Ryan Liu for coming and talking about expanding the bicycle master plan in North Redondo. Also wanted to thank Sergeant Keener from the Redondo Beach Police Department for coming by and talking about the swift response investigation and resolution cleanup of graffiti in North Redondo Beach that had occurred. It's as if it never occurred, so love that. And finally, congratulations to the South Bay City's COG. We had our General Assembly celebrating 30 years of the Council of Governments work here in the South Bay, trying to enhance the entire region for all of our benefits. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Obaji and Kaladerovich. It's going to be tomorrow night, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. It's open to everyone in the city, and it is the meeting with our new mayor, elected mayor, Jim Light. It's going to be taking questions, giving answers. We're going to have refreshments, and I think it's going to be an all-around great time. So thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me to your community meeting. I appreciate the opportunity. I did get to attend.
Mayor, I apologize. I forgot I did have one thing I wanted to say, one announcement for the previous
Too
item.
late. No, go ahead.
I wanted to congratulate Redondo Union alumni Matthew Yonemura. He presented the documentary that he created on Rise Williams called Rise Up at Redondo Union High School last night. It's, many years in the making. It, shows both what Redondo Union has produced in someone like Matthew, but also honors Rise Williams, his family, and his legacy. So I just wanted to mention that that was out there. Look for it. Hopefully it comes on Netflix, but probably YouTube.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I did get to go to the opening of King Harbor Yacht Club for the year. That was a great event, really enjoyed it, and appreciate all the things they do for the boating community. Also got to attend a meeting of the North Redondo Beach Business Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the businesses in North Redondo. I found that very enlightening and hope they enjoyed that. I look forward to future discussions with them. And just coming up to our announcement to the boating community, we had delayed the Army Corps of Engineers had delayed the work on the break wall, and I understand that's going to now come up in May. So there may be some hazards to navigation while that happens. I think it starts in early May, but we're glad to see it moving forward. I thought with the new administration, things might get slowed down, but the Corps is coming out, and we certainly need it after the winter storm continued to bash our already somewhat weakened break wall. So looking forward to that. Okay, that's all I had. Let's see, jumping down to item E, could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, or would any of the council like to change the order of the
Mayor,
agenda?
there are two items for housekeeping purposes. I believe Eleanor and I would like to pull item H20, defer that to a later meeting date.
Which one?
H20. And then we do need to give ourselves a little bit of time. We're circulating the final license amendment pertaining to item H13 via blue folder. I'm not sure that's hit the folder yet, so we do need to
Yes,
give
it
our.
has.
Oh, is it now in there? Just want to make sure that that is noted and before you take action on it.
So are we ready to go, or do you want us to delay on the consent?
Is that ready, Eleanor? I'm not seeing it on the online version yet.
Okay, so right now it's sent to the mayor and council. Let me just
Can we get that posted?
Let's see. Okay, hold on one
Why don't we go to public participation and then come back to that?
You can do that too if you want to approve the order agenda that way.
So we do, I'm proposing that we go from this item, well, we'll do blue folder items, but then swap the consent calendar with the public participation on non-agenda items. Can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So we're switching that order.
Is this for consent calendar?
No, we're going to
Pardon?
non-agenda
We're out
items.
of order. Okay, do we have any blue folder items?
Oh, yes, hold on.
How we do, right?
Do
Motion
three
approved.
things at once. Okay, right here, yes. So we have H13, which is the Sixth Amendment related to Sanford Ventures Beach Life Festival. We also have H17, which is a letter opposition to Senate Bill 79. H1, which is related to modifications in municipal code pertaining to the permitting and operations of commercial smoke shops. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, so now, as we just discussed, we're going to be jumping to public participation on non-agenda items. Okay, this section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We'll take written requests first, and then people in attendance in the audience, and then anyone online. So with that, we have Rick Quilliam. I'm sorry, Quillen. Mick Quillen.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Welcome to the new newly elected. This might sound like I'm making this up, and I didn't know you were going to celebrate Arbor Day, but when I was walking in here today, I walked off of PCH and I looked at these 80 to 100-year-old trees that the sidewalks are built around, and I thought they must have built these buildings around those trees. How thoughtful. I'm not kidding. That was what went through my head. So anyway, I was here 2 weeks ago. I'm planning to kind of give you updates on what I'm doing, but 2 weeks ago, that ceremony was just a tough act to follow. So I thought I'll wait a little bit, and it was a great ceremony. So I just want to let you know, I am working on CRTsia, which is expanding into South Bay streets. Joan Irvine reminded me a few days ago, okay, not only are we having the Olympics in 2028, we all know that, but she reminded me, Super Bowl is coming in 2027. And in 2026, we're going to have about 8 World Cup events at Los Angeles Stadium, which is SoFi Stadium. I hope we're all aware that SoFi Stadium is about 8 miles from here, probably less than a 30-minute shuttle ride if we could arrange this type of thing. And so my vision is kind of that people will come from SoFi Stadium. I actually own this domain name, SoFi Beach Day. I'm holding on to it. But people will come from SoFi Stadium down here. If they come down Inglewood, they could either turn left and head to the Galleria for a little while, turn right, head down Artesia, which by then should be a showstopper where we can say, people coming in here can say, wow, this is a beautiful entrance to the beach cities. So that's my vision. I'm kind of doing what I can do. Sorry, I'm a little choppy here. It's just not really well organized, but what I'm working on is what I'd call a commerce map. I've talked to a lot of people about this lately. Or also you could think of it as like a visitor's map. People ask me, how is this different than Google? Well, there's a lot of differences. It's about discovery and getting things done. And one way to look at it is it's kind of a mapped storefront directory is one way to look at it. And this is just kind of the starting point to where it goes eventually. So you could think of it like if you've seen like mall directories, they're indoors. This is indoors, outdoors, temporary, permanent for pop-ups and events. Councilman Obaji had showed me a map that was it Pat Morocco showed for the Catskills Resort. So it's kind of like a resort map for the whole city. And that's what I'm working on. I'm working on mapping the whole city. I'm wanting to get some help. I've gone to Mike Suhu's class, helped to evaluate some business plans. I've identified about 6 promising students. Now, unfortunately, I'm a for-profit, so I've got a little issue with doing volunteership. I don't want to set up a HR department for minors right now. So if anybody wants to try to help me with that, they can. I'll end up offshoring this, but if it goes to Pakistan, it won't be nearly as good as if we do it as a community effort. So, all right, I'm out of time. More to come, but thanks for listening.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care.
Which reminds me, I did forget one under the announcements. I did go, you can sit down.
And if anybody wants to connect me with the EDC or your Olympic committee, I'd love to be connected. Thank you.
So I did forget an announcement. I did attend Mayor Bass's meeting where she invited all 88 mayors from the LA region to her abode, which is a very nice abode, to discuss the upcoming Olympics and also the other major events coming up, Super Bowl, FIFA, and there's actually some other events. And so I will be setting up a mayor's working group on the Olympics and some of these other events, probably started in late May. So if you're interested, let me know. I won't let everybody in, but we will select folks to do it. There's several ways for the city to participate in those events. Obviously, FIFA is next year, so that's a little tight, but the Olympics, we have lots of planning time. So look for that in the near future. Thank you. Let's see, Mary Simon, and then Jess Money.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. Thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. Happy Earth Month. Does anyone inhale toxic chemicals by choice? Don't we all deserve clean air, water, and soil to enjoy life on planet Earth? I'm retired Paris and Redondo Union science educator Mary Simon, who currently resides in Torrance, and I volunteer for several nonprofits and work regularly in Redondo Beach. I care deeply about protecting the health of vulnerable communities and our environment, especially our beaches, which are such a vital space for us and the majority of life forms on Earth. It is our life support system. Having lived in multi-unit housing for the majority of my adult life, my family and I have experienced the health and quality of life issues that come with exposure to secondhand and thirdhand smoke. Both of my parents and my uncle died from lung disease associated with smoking. Lung disease will probably kill me. For communities like ours, renters, LGBTQ plus people, low-income families, elderly, and people with chronic health conditions, clean air inside and outside of our homes is essential. No one should have to choose between affordable housing and their health. Rates of respiratory disease have skyrocketed in Los Angeles during my life. I worked for Harvard and USC Schools of Medicine as a research scientist monitoring air quality in the Los Angeles basin, and within 2 years of a 10-year study, it was conclusive that respiratory health in children was directly affected by specific pollutants in the air that humans put there. Many of our LGBT community members do not have the option to move. Many do not have access to healthcare coverage. Many cannot find work. And not having access to healthcare coverage restricts their ability to access preventable care and treatment for health issues, including respiratory issues. Tobacco control policies like smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinances protect residents by reducing preventable exposure to harmful toxins and ensuring that everyone has the right to breathe clean air at home. I had one apartment that I lived in that had a patio, and my roomie and my kitties and I could never go sit out on the patio because somebody smoked next door and it was always full of smoke. I paid extra for that apartment. It had a patio. I have had 5 friends in the area of Redondo Beach who have had lung disease, none of whom were smokers, 3 of whom are still alive and bravely battling cancer. From an environmental justice standpoint, reducing smoking indoors can also help cut down on the toxic waste that ends up in our neighborhoods and waterways, especially near the coast, where I've seen the impact firsthand. At Surfrider Foundation South Bay, we regularly conduct beach cleanups where we pick up trash from our local beaches.
Okay. Mary, I apologize, but
That's
we have to
okay.
cut you off. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And if you want to see me later, I have more information, and I'm happy to leave some stickers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jess Money, and that's the last card I have.
Jess Money, District 3. I sometimes refer to Redondo government as the Redondo Beach organized crime family, and that's often scoffed at. So let's have an update. Chad Castle, been in office 15 days, already under investigation by the California Fair Political Practices Commission for violating the Election Reform Act. Joy Ford, in office for 15 days. She and her our former city attorney, Mike Webb, have just lawyered up with Phil Toomey on investigations of wrongdoing relating to Campaign Act violations in her campaign. Last time I was here, I distributed a letter that I had sent to the district attorney's public integrity unit. I got a response about a week later. Looks like it was a cut and paste from Mike Webb's reply. And he didn't address certain issues, and the others that he did address and blew off, he was wrong both on facts and law. So I sent a follow-up letter to him pointing that out. I got no response. So a week or so ago, I went over his head to Nathan Hochman, the new district attorney, with a summary letter and attachments of everything that had been sent in previously. As a result, the original attorney, Bjorn Dodd, is no longer involved with that case. It's now on the desk of Mark Briart, who is the assistant district attorney in the public integrity unit. In addition, I've sent him some more information and added some new charges. What I had neglected to put in the previous one, that because the city charter only allows the city manager to take instruction from the city council, that means that Mr. Wysanski is a potential co-conspirator. On top of that, Jim Light and Zane Obaji have gone to great lengths to brag about forcing Jim Cruikshank to withdraw his argument against Measure FP. And so I will quote Section 518 of the Penal Code said, extortion is the obtaining of property or other consideration from another with his or her consent, or the obtaining of an official act of a public officer induced by a wrongful use of fear or force or under color of official light. Section 522 reads, every person who by extortionate means obtains from another his signature to any paper or instrument whereby, if such signature was freely given, any property would be transferred or any.
Jess, your time is up. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, anyway, Jim, you need to lawyer up too. And
That's enough. Thank you. Sit down. Anyone else wish to address the city council at this time on non-agenda items?
Hello, everyone. As you know by now, my name is Andy Porchop, and I was kind of bored with these meetings, Sir, I'm trying to address the city council, so don't talk to each other, You should read the Brown Act. Anyhow, it's not only the Brown Act you're not very familiar with. I would like to tell you to look up another thing. You have lawyers, new lawyers, very good lawyers. Stochastic terrorism. I'm not going to talk about it. I give you a chance to look it up. Thank you for looking at me and paying attention. So you are full of yourself, just like the city council members. And I heard about it. You guys, 3 days, the trees, or your Arbor Day or whatever. I would like to mention the eroding topsoil at the Esplanade. There is a company, non-profit, park conservative or whatever, very fancy name, and my English is not very fancy, but I can see that the Esplanade bluff is eroding. And nobody does anything with it. We already lost one ramp, the other ramp is gonna be lost. And, only thing I see in this project, the fading color flags. Okay, so back to the 3 days. You are very proud of having a 3-day and 3 cities and this and that. I came by the Delgado project every day. It's almost done, ready to open. They put a new sidewalk, not one tree or not one hole left out of the sidewalk where you can plant a tree. So I don't know who approved this project without city trees there, but it's just done to celebrate yourself as a tree city and this and that. And you don't have tree on a 400-yard project, It's bare like the babies, what. So, and the other thing is, I don't see too many trees all the way I come here on Pacific Coast Highway. You're lucky if you have 1 or 2 trees on a whole city block. And there is city blocks on Pacific Coast Highway, you don't have trees. I know you lost Frankie the ficus, so that makes people turn left there easier. But otherwise, you should plant more trees, especially if you brag about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the city council at this time on non-agenda items? Okay, anybody online?
I have no Zoom or e-comments.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have the city manager back yet, but
It's online.
it's online. So let's go back to consent calendar items. Does anybody, member of the council, wish to pull any of the consent calendar items? Councilmember Kalajevic?
I will pull H13.
Which one?
H13.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji,
I'm sorry, can you come back to me? I gotta open up the agenda.
Councilmember Barrett,
H14 and H17.
Councilmember Obaji,
I think they covered it, thank you.
and City Manager Wojciechowski. You wanted to pull H20, but is that from the whole
Yeah,
agenda for
H20 is
tonight?
just removed from the agenda, not to be discussed, but to be deferred into May.
Okay. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar except H20, which has been moved to a future date, H13, H14, and H17.
I move to approve the consent agenda, subtracting 13, 14, 17, and 20.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address any of those items that have not been pulled? So that's anything except H13, 14, 17, and H20. Okay, I have a card from Jess Money for H15 and 16.
Jess Money, District 3. H15 is an agreement for legal services with Best and Krieger. H15 is a similar agreement with Anastasia Papadakis. I have two problems with this. First of all, Papadakis and her husband contributed $500 to Joy Ford's campaign. Quid pro quo. However, even more important, that woman is one of the 10 highest paid people in the state of California. Her salary is greater than Governor Newsom's. In fact, it's greater than President Trump's. We're paying that kind of money, plus retirement benefits. She can do the damn job, okay? We need to end this where the city attorney sits behind their desk, answers a few phone calls, works the daily New York Times crossword puzzle, and farms out all the rest of the work to outside counsel. If she can't represent the city and win in court or in paper negotiations or agreements or everything else, then you guys ought to get her out of the job. But you won't, because you're gutless.
Anyone else wish to address any of the consent calendar items except H13, 14, 17, or 20?
I don't know if anybody knows about law firms here. I guess you do. But typically when somebody's in-house, they do use outside firms. And it's very, very normal because otherwise, Ms. Ford would be just litigating maybe one or two cases. Of course you use outside law firms. So I don't know what the gentleman was speaking about because that is what people do in-house, and she's technically the in-house attorney. And we just don't want her working on one case, being sometimes litigators in court day and day and day. And all of you know this, just some people don't know it. But it's perfectly fine to outsource to law firms. That's what people do. So I don't really understand what the person was talking about.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji?
Yeah, it's worth noting for the record that the agreement with Attorney Papadakis is for her to provide services, I believe, an associate for our homeless court. Is that right?
That is correct.
And her fee is $1,985 a year. Not an hour. That's what a lot of attorneys charge for an hour. For the whole year.
Okay, we got it.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Anyone else wish to address the council on the consent calendar items except H13, 14, 17, and 20? Okay, anyone online?
None.
Any e-comments?
Any comments? Oh, wait a
Okay,
minute.
thank you. So with that, I'll enter, we have the motion and the second, so I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2504-022 of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the donation of 2 Catalina 14.2 boats and 2 deck boxes to Waterfront Education, a California nonprofit corporation and tax-exempt 501c3 organization, improving the attached equipment donation agreement. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the excluded consent calendar items, which is item I, if you're following on your agenda. Councilmember Kalajerovich, you pulled H13, so you have the floor.
No, I just wanted to pull H13 to vote separately.
Okay. So can I get a motion?
On only H13?
Yeah.
I move to approve item H13.
No, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. H13 is the item that we were related to and we received a third amended blue folder item on it.
Yeah, it's posted online. It is available in the blue folder
You've
electronically.
had an opportunity to look at it, Mr. City Manager, to ensure it was what the council.
I have and has the city attorney's office, and it is consistent with our final terms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And based on that, can you accept a friendly amendment that adds to receive and file the new blue folder item? Since that happened after we already,
Okay. Yeah, I mentioned it at the blue folder.
yeah, but it wasn't in there at the time.
It
so-
was emailed to you, and so the motion incorporated it.
Okay, okay. Councilmember Obaji.
I'll just say, I thank Alan Sanford and Sanford Ventures for their continuing great work putting together beach life here in Redondo Beach, which is a great asset and moves the waterfront forward as an economic center. I will say that these annual renewals that we have to negotiate every year put a strain on the partnership between his entity and the city. And I hope that in the future, we can work towards a long-term deal that both parties view as favorable. In the meantime, I'm happy that we're able to reach this short-term deal.
Okay, thank you. And just so the council knows, I've lost my computer screen's blank for raising hands, so we'll go back to raising hands. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've had comments from the council. Anybody from the public wish to address item H13?
This is Andy Porchap again. I don't understand. This is like, they don't have to pay fees to the city to have this event?
We're
Is
not
that
here
what
to
you're
answer you,
talking
sir.
about?
This isn't a question and answer period.
Okay. Well, thank you. You know this very well. In my opinion, that's a good event. People come and zoom, and, buying the booze and, it's more arrest for the police, more disturbance, more jail time, more attorneys working. So this is a win-win situation. What I would suggest, you have that other thing, the art center, up at Redondo Beach Boulevard, or what is it, up north, we were talking about the last session. Do that every week there. People like to come, people like to drink, doom, and, a little fight, little that. So that's a good event for that occasion. What is it? Redondo Beach Art Center, you have problem to make money with. Anyway, I cut this short, so thank you for not answering the question. And if it's about waiving the fees, that's a good way, because that's what they did in Torrance, for the, what are they called? The Irish. We're gonna have Irish festival, and you're all welcome. And they don't have to pay the fees to the city, only half of them. So I'm gonna have some events set up here, and especially if I don't have to pay fees, what would I pay fees for? The other people don't, But next time I read a little bit more, spend a little bit more time. And I don't come here unprepared, you know. But just so you don't forget this thing, stochastic terrorism, that's what you should all look up.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item?
My name is Scott Kroll, 517 Avenue G. My only suggestion for council is to work with the police department and the post office on parking during that event and the Super Bowl walk. Example, during Super Bowl, I could barely get into the post office because people were using that as free parking. Somebody was parked right in front of the drive-up mailbox. I couldn't even use that. I called the police department. They
So
said,
this isn't about the Super Bowl, sir, so if you could
this also
constrain it to
affects
this
Beach
item.
Life as well, because they use that for parking too.
Okay.
As I was continuing to say, I called the police department and they said, nothing we can do. They're parked in red zones. You can't get in to get to our government mailbox to get our mail. We can't get in to send mail. That's a problem.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Okay, anyone online?
None, no e-comments or no Zoom.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. I'll call, vote, all for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So that's 4-1. Motion passes. Okay, next one is item H14, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Eleanor, could you light up 2B, please? Thank you. Mayor, this is the camping ordinance that we discussed last time. I discussed it with our city attorney, Joy Ford, and as well as Councilmember Obaji and Mayor, you and I spoke about it. And specifically, it has to do with the bus stop sites, and that's 4-34-05B. There's a presumption,
Permissible inference.
yeah, reasonable inference written in there that if somebody's seen on the bus stop within a 24-hour period, it could be presumed that they were there improperly. And maybe we should shorten that to 20 hours. Here's why. If somebody's going to work at 6 a.m., right, then they're there the next morning at 5:55, they're there twice within a 24-hour period. But you know, for proper reason, not a violation. So maybe after conferring with Councilmember Obaji, we shorten it to 20. That may be a little more realistic and more supportable of the inference. So I would propose changing and striking by interlineation the 24-hour period to a 20-hour period, and moving to revise that. I don't know if we need to reintroduce or not.
We would.
Okay.
This would be the first reading if passed by the council.
All right.
And then we would submit it for a second reading at the next, and adoption at the next meeting.
All right. Are you okay with that change?
I am in support of that, yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that would be a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Again, my computer's not working, so anyone else on the council wish to address this item? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address item H14?
Hello, sorry, this is Andy Porchop again. Homelessness and homeless people are my, you know, one of the favorite subject, because I don't know if you know that, but I was homeless for quite a few years. I lived in my van, and that's gave me an opportunity to travel in America, see cities, meet people. Anyway, but I wasn't that kind of homeless, you know, what you're dealing with. But I would like to say, these homeless people went downhill, you know, because drugs, alcohol, and other, you know, things, they went crazy. Some of them, they are homeless veterans, you know, they are receiving money from the government, and they just cannot stand up straight, you know, they're spending their money on alcohol and this and that. And when I came to America, you should stay in your seat, sir.
I was communicating with the clerk on an item
Okay.
that pertains to
But
your
I'm
discussion, sir.
communicating with you. So all these people would really need help. You know what I mean? Because these people are helpless. You know what? I'm not just hopeless, but helpless. So what is, you're making these ordinances, and I'm talking about this. So what is this ordinance gonna do for the homeless people? If they did not go to a shelter up till now, are they gonna go to a shelter because you kick them out of the bus stop, or you kick them out of the grass at City Hall or whatever? By the way, your City Hall looks unbelievable. Anyway, so I just don't understand why all this money spent and all these ordinances made that you cannot even sleep in a city. Or what if I travel through Redondo Beach or Torrance and I get a little tired, pull over a nice street, no problem, have a little nap. I'm already a criminal sleeping in my own car. You know what I mean? So this is not help to anyone, especially not for the homeless. Just mention it again, $25 billion was spent on homeless. Homeless is growing, and that's a big problem. And this is not helping anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Melissa Ducant.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. Welcome to our new members. I appreciate your efforts, everything our city does for all of our unhoused residents. I think it's remarkable. I just wanted to share something, and I've passed this on to my District 1 City Council member, Brad Waller. I've also discussed this with I'm sorry, not Joy, but Lilo O'Mara. But last Wednesday, I was driving home from picking up my 16-year-old daughter, and we saw a woman around 10 p.m. on Garnet and PCH, really struggling to get any sort of mobility in her wheelchair because she only had one leg. And I understand she had been around the library all day and had not been receptive to any support that Lila wanted to give her. However, this was 10 p.m. and we pulled around and stopped to see if there was anything we could do to help her. And I ended up, I reached out to Lila, who was unavailable, understandably, because it was 10:30 p.m. And I called the non-emergency police who came, but their hands are totally tied. There's nothing they could do. And, both my daughter and I, it was cold. It was a one-legged woman in a wheelchair, clearly having some mental health issues. And I ended up getting her a hotel room across the street. The police pushed her across the street. The hotel obviously was reluctant, but, it was a moral conundrum. Do we just leave her? And the only other option was to push her wheelchair somewhere a little less public than PCH. And I think that this is something that warrants some discussion, perhaps something along the lines of what was discussed at the previous meeting on this, something, like Project Safe Landing or some sort of option for unhoused residents at night, not a hotel, not anything permanent, but just a simple option at night. I've come across many unhoused individuals leaving city council meetings late at night. I've never had an issue in the library, nor has my daughter or any of her friends who are there regularly studying. But it's at night after hours when it gets cold, particularly for those unhoused residents with disabilities. So I'd really urge the city council to talk about something similar to Project Safe Landing, just so that there's maybe one room with some supervision, so that there are some options for those residents, just a short-term, one-night sort of scenario. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Nancy Skiba.
And I just want to make sure, we're not talking about homelessness in general. We're talking about a specific ordinance, an anti-camping ordinance. So would ask you, Nancy, to keep your comments to the ordinance, and that's the subject of tonight. Go ahead, Nancy. Is she there?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name was on here accidentally. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
No one else, and no e-comments.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. So this will come back for a second reading the next.
As amended, yes.
Right, so introduction by title only, ordinance number 3293-25, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach, California, amending municipal code, chapter 34 to title 4 regarding unlawful camping for first reading as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barron, back to you with H17.
Thank you, Mayor. And Madam Clerk, if you could light back up 2B when you have a moment.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. So this is the proposed letter to Sacramento regarding SB 79. I'll say at the outset, I don't think any city's been more supportive of addressing the affordable housing crisis than ours, and that's really important. I was thinking, and we did this in connection with one of our recent letters regarding housing legislation, to maybe shift it from a notice of opposition to a notice of support if amended, and amend it to exempt from this bill cities that I'll say are housing abundant, and that's a term, Mayor, you've coined. Cities, for example, like us, who have residents of 10,000 per square mile, a certain percentage already of multifamily units. And it's sort of a carrot and stick approach, I think, for other cities who may, in one's judgment, be lagging. And so that would be my request. I don't know what our timing is on this, but to change this.
It's going tomorrow.
It's got to go tomorrow.
We can make some changes to the language, much like we did the past letter that reflect the housing abundant nomenclature. Just for point of reference, this letter was really pulled from the League of California Cities and the South Bay COGS kind of template recommendation. The League and the South Bay COG are, in a sense, in unison and opposing this particular bill, not just because of the housing implications, but beyond that, the requirement for the local agency to build and fund the infrastructure associated with the transit-oriented development in this case. So kind of two double whammies, loss of local control, as well as sort of a dictation as to how we spend our local dollars. So that said, though, if you'd like us to include some of the modifying language, we can do that and have it prepared for the mayor's signature tomorrow.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the council and the public on it. I like the theme of support if amended.
If amended, right.
And I know Mayor's been doing a lot of work in Sacramento and with our state representatives to get some kind of recognition of cities like ours that have, and I won't get into all the details, a very diversified stock of housing. We have liveaboards, we have Section 8, and we're going to hear probably some of that tonight. So yeah, long story short, I'd be okay with that. I want to hear from the rest of the council to see how they feel.
Before I open it up to the rest of the council, if it's not this text, I'm hoping, one, we're not going to wordsmith it tonight, and number two, that you'd give the action to me to work with the city manager's office to have something in a timely manner that we can support tomorrow.
Yeah, consistent with what I think was good work done on the last letter. Yeah, it's fine by me, thank you.
Okay, again, I don't have my display here, so.
Put my hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich, then Obaji, then.
Okay, we just made an order. Okay. Thank you for pulling this. I really like the approach of if amended. I think that does give a pathway and maybe gives more attention to actually what we're talking about. So I'm sure they're going to get a lot of opposition letters. And I do think that even the carrot and stick approach to the housing crisis in the state is something that the state hasn't done before. And looking at specifically, the example that Redondo Beach has put forth with diverse housing stock, liveaboards, not to mention our homeless initiative that has been leading the charge in the county and maybe the state. So I think that is a great approach and brings attention specifically to what we're doing here in Redondo. So I would be supportive of that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
And I think that, yeah, I totally agree with Councilmember Barron's proposal. And there's actually great data in the, oh man, just skip move the page that I was on, but in the proposed housing plan for the public hearing, there's great data about our housing stock, including here on page 679 of the agenda packet, that 47% of households in
Can you light
Redondo
up,
Beach.
what are you on?
2B. All right, our 47% of households are renter occupied with a vacancy rate of 8.33%. That's 2,490 units are vacant in Redondo Beach, and there's great data in here. So if we would pull some of the favorable data that shows how housing rich we are here and how much inherently affordable housing we have, I think that would be great to include to show that we're rowing in the same direction.
Councilman, you mind just scrolling up to, so I can get a sense of your header here? This is under our, okay, housing needs assessment, yeah, okay.
This is page 679 of the agenda packet. Page 27 of the consolidated housing.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
I do, in general, I think I would support your amendment. There's a little bit of the worry about for the other cities that if the requirement to have the cities pay for the infrastructure, but in my time on the legislative committee for California State PTA, we did a lot of support if amended. And it's a really good way of saying, look, we're not fighting you on every little thing. You know, we like your idea and the concept behind it, but, and I think that's a great way for us to be a little bit more on a cooperative side as opposed to antagonistic. So I would support this amendment.
And I just have one question. I know in Redondo Beach, we are housing abundant, and we're doing this in conjunction with the entire SB COG, all of the cities here in the South Bay. Are they as housing abundant as we are, where they could say similar things, or would we be the lone city using that terminology and taking this?
I don't think we'd be the lone city, but we wouldn't be the majority of city.
Right, okay.
I think there's only one other city in the South Bay that would meet our definition of housing abundant.
So I'm just thinking.
If that.
If we are all writing a letter together to send to Sacramento, would it be more powerful for us all to say the same language, or does it dilute it if we start pulling out of the standard language from all of the cities?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's sort of two schools of thought on this. It depends on how cynical you are about the state legislature's time and energy spent reading letters of support or opposition in general. I tend to fall on the more cynical side of that equation. I think they put it in stacks, oppose, support, modify. But I think the message that we're trying to send is a reminder to Sacramento that we are an example of what communities should strive to do, and when you're creating a stratosphere of housing options for a community, and that we shouldn't be viewed as simply no on all housing matters. We've already done what I think the state is striving to do in other communities. So I think that message is worth sharing with Sacramento. Now, what we put in the title, notice of opposition, I don't know how they would interpret that. These things get sort of filtered through there's now a system where we upload these letters and it gets disseminated to the various affected parties. So there might be some value in keeping the kind of opposition language so it goes into the right pocket or it goes into the right sort of stack. But this amended, support if amended, sends a more constructive message. So, and I think in the future, and we're not going to do this tonight, obviously, but what I'd like to do, if we have the bandwidth, is to come back with a kind of a broader platform, sort of a policy, kind of a filter that we would use, that the council would ultimately adopt as kind of guiding principles that would allow us to work with the mayor automatically on drafting letters and submitting them without having to bring them to you through the agenda process, which sometimes puts us behind the kind of scheduling curve.
Thank you.
And I just want to highlight that, the bill that has been drafted has not been fully vetted with our state representatives, so we do have some leeway that we could write
Good.
maybe a little bit more broadly to include some other cities until we finalize the bill that's going to go forward, so. Councilmember Barron.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Great question, Councilmember Castle. And I'm on the Housing and Community Economic Development Committee for the League of California Cities, and was at a meeting. This would be just fine to do what we're proposing, including putting in the title itself, support if amended. It does get a foot in the door. It gets our message across. Otherwise, it goes in the stack. Right. And there are other cities, the Cal Cities is a larger pool. It's not just, there are other cities in our same situation who are looking for some leadership like we've provided. So I think we're good on that. And if I can make one other thing. So thank you for reminding me on the AB 1234 disclosure. I did attend the policy meeting for HCED, Cal Cities, $25, I think, for parking. It's publicly available. Thanks.
Councilmember Obaji.
I would rather Redondo write this on its own behalf, representing only itself, because imagine we could say, we write as a city that's achieved functional zero homelessness to express our support for this bill if it's amended to, and accept us from the requirements and go into the attributes that we have here. And I also don't think the other cities around us necessarily have Section 8 and all this housing stock and the like. So, what's that?
It gives the other cities a goal to meet, not just like an endless,
Right. And I'll say at the COG, I was just there for the steering committee yesterday. You have Palos Verdes or Palos Verdes Estates and Hermosa Beach saying, let's have the RENA rebellion. I don't know that we want to be in that camp, seeing as we had a timely housing element submitted and approved, and we're doing everything that we can to try to help the state meet its affordable housing goals.
I'm not a fan of RENA and the way they do it, but
we're going to comply. We're going to comply with it, right?
We'll see how they assess us.
Ideally, we would be amending the process, right, to reflect a housing abundant community's needs differently than others, right?
Yes. Okay. Anybody else have a hand up? Okay, was there a motion? Did I miss it?
No, I think it was the motion, which would give you discretion to work with the mayor, consistent with a prior letter we did to indicate support if amended, and that was pretty much it.
Okay, and the second?
Second.
Okay, got 2 seconds. So. Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchak again. I'm with you on this one. You know what I mean? I signed the paper too, even if I'm from Torrance, but I would like to first mention ex-Torrance City Council member Mike Griffiths. He's fighting Sacramento on this issue of past 4, 5, 6 years, and he was not successful at all. And here is why. I don't want to poop in your bowl of soup, but this is the same thing. I come here, I tell you something. Luckily, you are very nice, you're always looking at me. But, some people don't even give a crap. I'm talking here. But I'm here to help, So this is a good thing to send a letter. This is the same good thing as I'm here in person talking to you, and you don't give a poop. You know what I mean? So good luck with your letter. You know what I mean? People have the impression, Torrance is a charter city. Redondo Beach is a charter city. This, that. The mayor writes a letter. The people write a letter. No, they are the daddies up there, They are the daddies up there. And, Ben Allen, Muratsushi, and whatever representative you have here, you were celebrating the discontinuation of the power station. They were right here. They were right here. They are right here in Torrance, dining and binding with the Torrance officials. So you could have talked to them. You can hop in your car and talk to them. Call them, email them. You don't have to be a mayor. I can talk to them. I can write a letter to them, But this is a good start. This is a good start. And if you need some advice, there is Mike Griffiths, as I mentioned. He's doing this like 6 years unsuccessfully. So you can join him, and write a letter together or whatever. And just for your information, I don't know if you know this, all this thing because California doesn't want newer and newer cities. You know what I mean? So they could have a new city in Apple Valley or here or that, but the government doesn't want to do that. And if you want to work on something else, because we have a housing problem, lots of people cannot afford to live in a house because they cannot buy it. And you know why they cannot buy it? Because other people have 2, 3, 4, 5 rentals. You know what I mean? And people live in these rentals and they cannot save up for a down payment. All right, thank you for letting me speak. It's Andy Porchop again, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
No, we have no one online, but we have 5 comments opposed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're now jumping to ex parte communications, item K. We do have a public hearing, so I will poll the council on any ex parte communications related to L1.
None.
Councilmember Castle.
No.
Councilmember Killajarovich.
Just you, the mayor. That's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember Barrett.
I did speak with the mayor and city staff, and those are the substantive discussions I had.
Okay, and I had discussions with the 2 council members, and that's it. Okay, so jumping now to L1, this is a public hearing for introduction and public review of the proposed community development block grant for 2025 to 2030. So I'll take a motion to open the public hearing
So moved.
and take testimony.
Second?
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, so the public hearing is open. The floor is yours, Director House.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Madam Clerk, we have a presentation. Thank you. So tonight we are providing council an overview of the city's proposed 2025 to 2030 consolidated plan for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG. As many of you know, the city receives annual CDBG funding to support a range of community activities. These include things like infrastructure improvements, housing assistance, and public service programs. And in order for the city to qualify for these funds, the city is required to prepare a 5-year consolidated plan that outlines our community development and housing goals. And to walk the council through the plan, we have Joyce Lee. She's our project manager from MNS, our consulting group for CDBG. With that, I'll hand it over to her.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and residents of Redondo Beach. My name is Joyce, and I will get started. So the Consolidated Plan is a comprehensive report that identifies priority housing and community needs. It establishes measurable goals on how those priority needs are going to be met through federal grant funds. The city is a recipient of federal grants, also referred to as Community Development Block Grant Funds, and they are administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So a comp plan is required because it is seen as an application to receive and implement federal grant funds, and this is over a 5-year cycle. Currently, we are in our 2020 to 2025 cycle, and we're here before City Council and residents today for the upcoming fiscal year of 2025 to 2030. So in a comp plan, it includes a comprehensive data analysis as well as community input that was done to identify the priority needs as stated before and how these goals established will identify those priority needs over the span of a 5-year period. So the data was collected using a multitude of resources listed by HUD as well as data directly given by HUD. It identified different demographics, household characteristics, the housing market, specifically to Redondo Beach, as well as comparisons to Los Angeles County and the state of California. Some of the sources that we've used include the U.S. Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, the comprehensive affordability, housing and affordability strategy, as well as loan data from the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act. For the community outreach that was conducted, staff has conducted a robust community engagement plan that also included community meetings, stakeholder interviews, the community needs survey, as well as flyering at different city events, postering, and social media outblasts, now that we are in a technological world. So for the community meetings, staff has conducted 7 community meetings, 5 of which they were in person and 2 were done online. They've also conducted 8 stakeholder interviews from local and regional stakeholders or public service agencies. Local meaning providing direct services to Redondo Beach residents, and regional for agencies that provide services to LA County residents as a whole. The community needs surveys was specifically a survey made easy for residents and interested parties to identify any needs specifically for housing, public facility improvements, the types of public services they would like to see. And this was made available for 6 months from June 2024 to November 2024. We did have about over 120 responses, which was much, much more than the previous engagements that we've done before. And all of that input was collected and also used as part of the data collected to identify different priority needs, again, for housing and community development. So in relation to the priority needs that were identified, it does include the development of affordable housing, services for vulnerable populations and for unhoused individuals, providing supportive services, public improvements, and all of those needs were then used to establish these 7 goals as listed. These are going to be the overarching goals of how federal funds can be used for the next 5 years. Again, these goals were made from data collected, community input to identify priority needs, and then establish these goals and how the city will address these priority needs for the next 5 years. So the first one is to support the development of decent housing. This is going to be enhancing the current housing stock of Redondo Beach and to service and rehabilitate homes for low and moderate income residents. So this approach or this goal will be met through our existing CDBG funded mobility access and emergency repair program. So this program does provide a $7,800 grant for homeowners and persons with disabilities who own their home in Redondo Beach to make mobility access or emergency repairs at no cost to the owner. We help homeowners from soliciting contractors with bids to finalizing the work to be done through the federal grant. The second goal would be to create sustainable neighborhoods. This is to enhance public facilities or even make improvements to the infrastructures. So that would also be met through the current collaboration between community services and the Public Works Department. We do have and previously have completed activities such as ADA curb cut ramps for families with children and as well as for seniors when crossing the street, to even the Alta Vista Park facility roof improvement, and then a planned historic Veterans Library preservation. The third goal would be to provide vital public services. This is for our, to provide funding for our programs that provide direct services to seniors, to our unhoused individuals, to victims of domestic violence. And this goal would be met through our existing subrecipient agreements with 1736, Disability Crisis Center, and all of our other vital public service agencies. Fourth would be to expand affordable housing opportunities by promoting economic and housing stability. Again, this would be reached through our CDBG MA-ER program, our housing rehab program, as well as activities and other housing developments that are listed in the housing element. That is seen through Project Moonstone, the Home Key project, and as well as the Pallet Shelter program. Fifth is planning and administration, basically to support staff and administration costs, to implement CDBG funds, and to ensure compliance with federal regulations. Six would be to create economic opportunities. That could be either to provide funding for programming to support businesses throughout Redondo Beach, or even those who are looking to expand their operations. This could be approached or could look like a business assistance program or a facade improvement program. We have previously done business assistance programs during the COVID era, during the pandemic. We did provide a citywide business assistance program, as well as specific targeted Artesia Aviation Corridor business assistance or the Riviera Village business assistance program. And last but not least is to prepare through a pre-disaster recovery planning and respond to disaster. So this is a unique goal. It was also a recommendation by HUD due to the unprecedented fires from LA, as we've seen in Palisades and Altadena. The impacts are still lasting till today, which is why staff is prepared to respond and plan and respond, I should say, to a disaster in case such happens, God forbid. And this goal would allow staff and it will alleviate any burdens, administrative burdens that come with federal funding expenditures. For example, we wouldn't have to do a 30-day public review or 2 public hearings in order to receive these emergency federal grants and then to use them to where the assistance is needed. There's a little quick timeline for, in order for staff to meet the May 15th HUD deadline for the submittal. Currently, the 2025-2030 is available for public review and commenting. We do encourage residents to review and provide comments by May 5th. Today is the mark of the first public hearing, and then we will have our second public hearing for May 6th. And that is all in order to submit our 5-year consolidated plan by May 15th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, it appears my app suddenly reappeared. My display is working, so we'll go back to raising hands online using the app. So any member of the council wish to address this item? Ask any clarifying questions or?
I'll just say thank you for preparing this comprehensive plan. It's great. It was really enlightening to read. And I appreciate the curb cut work that's done under this plan, because I just got a request from a resident on Condon in Fremona to cut the curb for ADA accessibility. So thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll take anyone from the public wish to address this item.
Hello again, this is Andy Porchap. I like these hearings because this shows how great is America is. It's not just you do anything you want to, it's like a presentation and people have the opportunity to express their opinion. Unfortunately, not too many people do it. And that's why we at that where we are at. So unfortunately, though all this money is cut up very much because I don't see that, what would help me with housing if I didn't have one, I had to take care of my housing, or, if you need any elder care services, oh boy, but it's a nice thing, we have money and we want to help people, and I hope, you do something good with these monies. You know what people pay as federal taxes, and then you have an opportunity to chop it up and, all whatever. So recently for my doctor advice, and I have to be in a good shape, I have to live longer than I thought. I was ready to go, but I have to take care of my health. So I go out to the beach every day, inhale the fresh ocean breeze, what is very good for your lungs and sinuses because the salty ocean breeze. I recommend to everybody. And I looked at, I'm looking at, some of the parts of Redondo Beach still looks pretty good. You know what I mean? And some of them doesn't. And I heard about here like helping people open up businesses, do businesses, because that's what it's all about. I make money, I pay tax, and everything is hunky-dory. But like I go to the pier, the pier, and boy, it's like not much improvement. Old Tony's hanging on to the thing, that huge Ritz or whatever it was, it's all closed down for 10 years, So that's not very business friendly. You know what I mean? You have a killer location, like, not too many places like this, like Redondo Beach, close to the ocean and all the opportunities you can have, the pier, Torrance should build a pier, that's why they don't make money. They want to name it Torrance Beach, but they don't have a pier. You have a pier, and it's like not working out. I saw like 10 fishermen, and business is closed down, So anyway, good presentation, and I hope you use the money wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online? Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah, it's two separate hearings. It's not a continued hearing.
I move that we close this public hearing.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4. We have 1 absent right now. So the motion carries. Any discussion from the council? Okay, if there's not, can I get a motion to direct staff to schedule a public hearing for consideration of adoption of the consolidated plan for May 6, 2025?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Obaji did return. Okay, let's see, next item is item N1, and that's a discussion and possible action regarding smoke shop ordinance, commercial smoke shop ordinance, and an emergent discussion about an emergency moratorium. So turn the floor over to Mark Weiner, sorry.
Not Scott Wiener. What? Yeah.
I go with the
No
German
relation.
spelling.
There's no relation to the senator.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we're going to discuss smoke shops. So based on the city's business license record, there's at least 15 smoke shops located in Redondo Beach currently. And these types of businesses have documented issues of compliance. We recently had a police department press release in which it was noted that 2 shops within Redondo Beach had issues with selling illegal products. As noted in the staff report, there's other cities throughout California that have had compliance issues with smoke shop businesses. So we brought this item this past January and discussed it with the city council and whether the council would like for staff to move forward with the ordinance that would more effectively regulate smoke shops. And the council requested the staff work on this, and tonight we're back with the draft ordinance, and it's really at the preliminary stage still, and we are seeking policy direction from the city council on this item. So a little background on this ordinance. It would be added to the zoning code, of the zoning section of our municipal code under special uses, and it would create a new section that deals specifically with smoke shops / tobacco retail businesses. It would include a definition of what a smoke shop is and other related definitions associated with that type of business. It would require a conditional use permit or CUP for any existing or new smoke shops. It proposes to limit it to 2 per city council district and a maximum of 10 citywide. And this number was picked really just as a starter, and we're seeking the city council's policy direction on what the appropriate number should be There's also some distance requirements of 1,000 feet between smoke shops and 600 feet from schools. This was similar to our cannabis ordinance. And then the ordinance expressly prohibits the sale of illegal products in smoke shops. So as I mentioned, we currently have at least 15 smoke shops in the city. Under the current code, smoke shops are defined as a retail use. They only require a business license to open. As I stated with this ordinance, it would now require a conditional use permit, which would be a discretionary process, would require a planning commission hearing. That said, the existing smoke shops within the city would be operating without a conditional use permit. So the ordinance proposes to allow those existing ones to continue operating as legal non-conforming. And then it states that no CUP may be issued for a smoke shop at a new location until the city is below the cap. So we would be capped out at what we're at. It also has an amortization provision in it that would phase out, well, not phase out, but require the existing smoke shops to obtain a CUP within 5 years of the effective date of this ordinance. And that would be limited to 10 CUPs or whatever cap the city council decides to place on this. And then there's also a requirement that upon change of business ownership, we would not issue a new tobacco retail permit for this type of business unless we're below the cap and it meets the other requirements of the code. So in addition to the 5-year standard of obtaining a requirement to obtain a CUP, this would also phase out some of the businesses over time as ownership changes and get us closer to whatever the cap is that the city council decides to set. And I do want to state with regard to the 5-year CUP amortization provision, I work with the city attorney's office on that. They could probably speak to some of the legal basis as to why that's recommended based on case law, but I'll defer to Cheryl if there's questions on that one. In terms of enforcement, this code section does include some standards that address enforcement. It would allow for unannounced inspections of smoke shop businesses. It notes that they'd be subject to the criminal penalties outlined in Title I, Chapter 2 of the city's municipal code. Notes that they could be guilty for an offense of each day for the continued violation. There's also a provision that would allow the city to revoke the conditional use permit and or business license based on non-compliance with this section of the code. So that's noted in there as well. There were a few blue folder amendments that we submitted earlier today to the city council, and I wanted to explain those. So as I was going back through the ordinance, I noticed that there's the provision that we will not issue any new CUPs until we're below the cap. However, we are directing the current businesses that are operating to obtain a CUP within 5 years, even though we're over the cap. So the provision shown on the slide was modified, which states that we won't be issuing any new CUPs for over the cap, with the exception of the legal non-conforming smoke shops operating at those locations effective date of this ordinance. So that way, if you have an existing business, the city could issue a CUP for that site specifically in an effort to bring those businesses into compliance. So that was really just some clarifying language with the amendment to this subsection. And this subsection shown here is related, and it just clarifies that a maximum of 10 conditional use permits shall be granted in accordance with the location and concentration provisions. That's stated elsewhere throughout the ordinance. We wanted to make sure that was abundantly clear in this ordinance, so we added this to subsection F. And then finally, consistent with the cannabis ordinance, we've also added a provision to require that these types of businesses be a certain distance from Dale Page Park. And the reason that was done for the cannabis ordinance is because there's kind of a pocket of commercial development there that's surrounded by essentially
single-family residential and residential. So the city is looking to be selective in terms of the types of businesses that can go into that area. And this would make it consistent with that same train of thought that was applied to the cannabis ordinance. So as part of this discussion item, staff is also recommending that the council direct us to come back and with an urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance would place a moratorium on any new smoke shops. It would be in effect while we are developing the permanent ordinance, which is before you tonight for review. But that's a process. It has to go to the Planning Commission. It would come back for 2 readings of the City Council. So we anticipate that it could take several months. The urgency ordinance would require a 4/5 vote of the City Council and would go into effect immediately. And I will note that with the urgency ordinance, initially it's effective for 45 days, and then we would have to bring it back if the City Council wanted to extend it further and could extend it for the full year beyond that. So that would be the process with the urgency ordinance. And with that, the recommended actions are to provide policy direction to staff on the draft ordinance that's been presented, and also to direct staff to prepare an urgency ordinance, placing a moratorium on the approval of new smoke shops while we develop this permanent ordinance. We would return on May 6, 2025. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for coming back so quickly with this. I think this is one of the fastest we've turned around a draft ordinance, so I appreciate the work there. I'm going to kick off the questioning. So you kind of hit the nail on the head. Why are we choosing 1 or 2? That's just arbitrary per district? Could we pick one? And
you could pick one. The council could select to have less, could lower the cap. Right now, it's what's being proposed is 10. It could be less than that. And that what's in this draft ordinance is really somewhat based on the last meeting we had with the City Council, where it was clear that the council wanted to reduce the number from where we're at now. Not exactly, wasn't specific about how far we wanted to go with that.
No, I understand. I'm just wondering if there's a reason 2 was picked versus 1 or.
You have discretion. I believe
Okay.
we've researched that. There is no specific
that's the primary
floor.
question, yeah.
But we do have to try to be reasonable, I think. The fewer we get, the more we may be subject to challenge. But we've done enough research to determine that 10 is not a concern. I believe we even feel like legally you could justify as few as 5.
Yeah, and the way I read the ordinance, it had a good definition of what a smoke shop is. So things like the Walgreens that has them behind the counter, smoke shops won't be the only place you can get this stuff, right? So
That's
and we won't be
correct.
limiting the small, like the setups like Walgreens that has just a small area dedicated to it.
Yeah, so the ordinance defines ancillary use and describes
So what I'm
could
saying
be.
is, even if we go to 1, there's still other places people can get this stuff. You also kind of prefaced this, so the question's coming, why 5 years to get a CUP? That seems like an inordinate length of
There's
time.
some, I think, fairly established case law that limits the minimum to at least 4. I think 5 was chosen to be a little bit more conservative in that. I don't know if Ms. Ford or Ms. Park would like to speak to that.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about that. Basically, if you have a vested right, then the law provides that you need to give that holder of that vested right a reasonable amount of time to recoup any kind of investment that they made in the business. There's a case that dealt with marijuana dispensaries, and they passed a law that required all of the businesses to basically close shop within 180 days. After that, one such business filed suit against the city, and during that interim period, the city extended that 180-day period to 4 years. The court didn't directly opine on that 4-year period, but they just kind of left it alone. So it's a reasonable time. There's no magic number. but without any kind of data regarding how much investment that these business owners put into their business. Because there was a 4-year period that wasn't really commented upon by a court, we just used the 5-year period. It's really up to your discretion, but you have to note that the urgency and the public health impacts need to have a nexus to that period and the investment.
But this is a little bit different in that we're not asking them to shut down. We're just asking them to get a conditional use permit.
Well-
Some shut down.
In District
Some
4,
won't shut
in District 4, where we have a disproportionate number, so I count right now 5, looking at Google Maps, that would cause 4 of them to shut down.
Well,
Which
no,
I-
because
which
we're
I would
saying,
be-
we're grandfathering the existing ones.
Yes.
And when we say we'll give the existing ones a CUP if they apply.
But it would be the first 10 or whatever the limit.
That was
is.
my question.
First 2 per district.
So only, okay, so we are shutting down 5 right away.
It would not be right
Within the
away.
4-year
Within the
period or whatever.
period of time. So that's
Okay.
the outset. So
So
you're
that was
going
my next question, because I was a little confused on that. So even though we're grandfathering, there's still only going to be 10 permits, and it's on a first come, first served. If they're not out of the first 10, they have 4 years to shut down. Is
or,
what-
well, 5 is written currently, or it could be as short as 4.
Is it, am I
Yes, you
interpreting
could-
that correctly?
Correct. And then
Okay.
you also have location limitations and buffer zones, so you have to take that into consideration as well. So that might
Even though they're
limit,
grandfathered?
well, if they want to apply for a CUP, in the event that they want to apply for a CUP.
I like it because we get there faster, so, okay. I'm good with the however many years. When we say, that we can charge them for offenses daily, is that charged to the business or to the people who are actually in the business that are, when it's breaking the law?
So it would be the business license holder. So in the event that you don't have a CUP holder, if it's a business license holder, like a non-conforming use, it would be the business license holder.
Okay. I read an article that was submitted by some of our cannabis dispensary potential applicants that they submitted to us that said Pasadena was successful by also charging the people who were in the shops breaking the law at the time. Is that an avenue we can consider just to kind of force the issue faster?
That's an enforcement issue, so that would be separate. That could be a basis to revoke the license, but it would still have to go through the suspension hearing process.
Okay, and we say, may have an impact on their business license or their CUP if there's an offense. Is there a reason we didn't put shall?
So it has been my experience that some minor violations can be dealt with by voluntary compliance. So if there's something small that the business can fix, it's not an automatic suspension to their license. And also, we do have to go through the due process of giving them the opportunity to be heard, present evidence, and appeal.
Innocent
So
until proven
it's
guilty.
not, we can't do an automatic suspension.
No, but if they're convicted or found guilty of it, we could, right?
Still have to go through
Through
the
the
hearing
process.
process.
Yeah. I understand. Okay. It seems like some of the language, even though it sounded like you tried to fix it, was contradictory. Is that not the case with respect to the existing, grandfathering the existing ones and any new ones? Should we just say no new ones can apply till we get down to?
So I think it essentially states that in the ordinance, in another location, trying to see where that's at. If you want to come back to that,
Okay.
give me a moment.
Yeah,
to-
that's fine. I'm just gonna, so those were my questions on it. I do have a few comments. I'd like to see it to one per district, and that's subject to the rest of the council here. In fact, they get a vote, I don't. I'd also like to see us address, similar to the cannabis ordinance, the exterior appearance and the ability to approve or disapprove that through either administrative, through the community development director, or through the planning commission. And also the restrictions on advertising that's visible outside. You know, like right now you can see bongs from outside, and I don't, you know, just like we didn't want kids seeing cannabis advertisements outside the cannabis businesses, I don't think we should be attracting them here. So I'd like to see those two elements added. I don't want to be too prescriptive on what that might look like, but I thought we did some good work on the cannabis ordinance. And then it did seem a little light. I mean, we were very strict on, you know, minors getting access to cannabis stores. This seems a little looser, and that may be an unfair burden on existing businesses, but it seems like we could put a little more beef into protection of minors getting into the shops. So those are my, I don't expect you to opine on those right now, but those are my inputs for the council to consider. And with that, I will open it up to the rest of the council. I have
Just, Mayor, if I could, just to drill into that last question, meaning that we should be clear that minors wouldn't be allowed into the shops?
Well, it's already illegal, right?
Because they can go in and
No, I
they
think
can buy
they-
a water pipe.
Yeah, I don't think it's illegal for minors to go into a smoke shop.
And we can't make it illegal?
I think they might sell products that wouldn't be illegal to a minor.
Can we make that illegal?
The way it's written right now, it says it's unlawful for a smoke shop to knowingly allow or permit it should be a minor not accompanied by his or her parent or legal guardian to enter or remain within any smoke shop.
Yeah, so we already say that. Can't we make that a little stronger?
Meaning just outright, can we?
Card them on entrance, or like we had the double entrance for the cannabis shops. You know, they get in the front door, then somebody checks them before they get in the inner door. I don't expect.
Well, we
I
could,
don't-
I'll
I
tell you
don't
what,
even
why don't we look into
answers
that?
on
I'm
that
a little-
tonight, because I don't want to craft it here.
And we're certain
But
that we
those are the
can
kind of
prove
things
that.
I'm, you know, interested in.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this so quickly. This is important to me, and I know that the council has expressed that as well as the community. I echo many of the things that you brought up, Mayor. I would not be in favor of any more than one per district. In fact, fewer is better. I do want to, it had a list of things that were prohibited to be sold in the smoke shops. I know that we have a city ordinance that prohibits the sale of flavored tobacco, but there's a loophole for synthetic tobacco or synthetic products. If we were to make an ordinance that also banned that product, would this ordinance, we wouldn't have to amend this ordinance, would already hold with that new ordinance banning synthetic product.
So are you talking about an entirely new ordinance that would ban synthetic products?
Yes, because it's my understanding we have, excuse me, flavored synthetic products.
Okay.
It's my understanding we have an ordinance that bans flavored tobacco in the city, which there's a loophole for synthetic products. So if we were to do an ordinance that banned synthetic flavored products, this current proposal would apply to that as well.
I mean, we could include it in here just to be safe, belt and suspenders. We could make reference to that in this ordinance, as well as amend the existing ordinance to include banning synthetic flavored tobacco.
That would be my preference.
So the ordinance includes a definition of tobacco product, and it's pretty broad, but we could ensure that it has the language about
Don't we have it in
synthetic.
section, was it D5? No smoke shop shall sell or distribute, goes through cannabis, and it has flavored tobacco products. So is that, would we have to expressly add synthetic to that as well?
I think
I believe so.
it's my
Yeah,
understanding
yeah.
we would.
If they're two different products, I'm not familiar with it, but if they're two different products, then that would be my recommendation, just
So
to
we
be
can add it to
absolutely
that
clear.
section, yeah.
Yes, that would be a request that I would have with this. I would focus on language that we have made, just like the mayor had said, about limiting advertising just any kind of visual signaling to youth or anyone walking by, similar to what we had done with cannabis.
Right.
I think we were pretty thorough in that, as well as the lighting. I think the lighting is blight in our community. I think it's distracting and just no value add there. So that would be something that I would be looking for.
And you mean like signage, lighting, or? Because I know there's some scrolling signs and some electronic signage. Do we want to prohibit that as well?
Yes, and specifically on Artesia, I mean, there's one shop that has like blaring white light even.
It's sort of a draw.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's more detailed discussion about that, but
Right.
I don't want to get into all the details, but that's something that I'm looking for as well.
Okay.
Then the CUP expiration, I think I read there was 3 years. Is that, where did the 3 years come from? It's just, we're starting point.
Yes, that's a starting point. If the council wanted to, you can shorten that. As you all know, CUPs run with the land. And so if this is something, there's an operator and they close their business, that CUP would attach to that location. And so if the council wanted to reevaluate the actual operator, then the expiration, automatic expiration of a CUP would allow for that type of reevaluation. So we just use 3 years as a starting point. You could make it shorter or longer.
Okay, perfect. I would be.
30 days.
Yeah, 30 days. Every planning commission. No, I'd be open, like to hear from the council on that, but that would be something that I would be looking for. So as I understand it, and I think we went through this, whatever number we decide on as the limit for the city, in the next, as it's proposed in the next 5 years, it would kind of be a first come, first serve for existing, also assuming that we pass an urgency ordinance, it would be a first come, first serve for existing smoke shops to apply for CUPs. And throughout the 5-year period, those that did not get a CUP and legally through the process, they would have to close down at the end of that 5-year period. In the meantime, what kind of enforcement can we have on those shops that are not, that have not applied for the CUP and are not in compliance with what we're asking them to do? If they're selling products, and what would be the process for those violations?
I think it's spelled out in section G, kind of at the end of the ordinance, and it speaks to the various offenses. If we subjects them to random inspections, et cetera, and if they violate any of those provisions, their license can be revoked.
So their business license
Their
would
business
be
license can be revoked. Now, we'd have to go through the process.
Right.
Before we take final action, but it gives us that opportunity. So if a bad actor who has no intention of coming in, approving the CUP, following the new rules, violates any one of these provisions, we would have the ability to take enforcement action that includes revoking their license.
Okay.
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah, please.
So the two that already got found to be in violation, is that open today?
They are currently open.
No, but I mean, is that avenue of shutting them down open today, or it's only
No.
after this ordinance?
It would have to follow its own process. It wouldn't be subject to these new rules retroactively.
Okay, I don't want to get into, I'll ask the questions out of here.
And I do want to note that subsection D states that it includes standards for smoke shops applying to all existing and new smoke shops. So this would apply to the existing ones that currently don't have a CUP.
Right, so there are rules that would be applying to all of them that are
As soon as it's
grandfathered in.
effective.
That's correct. And then on top of that, there's standard conditions for any conditional use permit moving forward, and that's in subsection E.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to make that clear for everyone. Then, I guess I'd be happy to hear from the rest of the council.
Okay. I did have one question I didn't get to ask. The briefing says that the emergency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote. Does that include the direction of the staff to come back with the So that's just a general majority.
Right.
It's when we actually
Consider the
vote on
ordinance.
the moratorium. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, Councilmember Waller.
Mayor Light, thank you for your questions that you asked before. I think they're identical to what I emailed staff. I definitely, yeah, on 2 versus 1, I think District 1 has 4 smoke shops that I know of, possibly more, because sometimes you don't see them there. So I would love it if we could have 1. My only worry is I'd want to have the attorneys opine on, do we open ourselves up to lawsuits because we have become too restrictive? That's the only reason I would allow more than 1, but I agree, hey, the fewer the better. And also I'd like to note that there's a tiny typographical error in item C, point 1, point B, the word withing. There's a G at the end of within, so.
That was amended in the blue folder.
Oh, it was, I didn't see
Thank
that.
you for catching that.
So I
Yes.
was gonna say, I'd like to make sure that this is as amended, but, so that's great. So happy to hear from the rest of council here.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So I agree with all the prior comments, both from the mayor and Councilmember Kalajerovich. Obviously, my district is disproportionately affected by this. I'm surprised to not see any parents here, urging us to pass this restriction because unlike a cannabis store, any youth can walk into a smoke shop today, I think, without restriction. And I just Googled, I didn't know this. I thought the age to smoke tobacco or buy tobacco products was 18, but it's 21 in California, including, if Google's right, including just to buy tobacco papers or any paraphernalia. So now the clear question is, what would be in the store that they could sell that you don't need to be 21 to get? And if they don't sell anything that, what's that? Energy drinks? Yeah, okay. So if they don't, then maybe we could require them to screen people before they walk in. But I agree with everything else, including specifically design review. So for example, and I expressed the same concern that Councilmember Waller did about, as much as I would like fewer smoke shops on Artesia, the Manhattan Beach Smoke Shop that just bought the Beauty College on Artesia Boulevard probably invested millions of dollars to repave that parking lot, put up its shop, put up the ugliest sign ever created. And so I'd be concerned about any exposure there. But I would like design review to be a process, part of this, and it to go to planning commission for them to review design to ensure that they're complying with making this as discreet as possible. Similar to what we had for the tobacco shops. That's all. Actually, one more point, sorry. Is there a way for us to write in, this, I guess this is for the city attorney, Ford, is there a way for us to write into this ordinance some sort of cost recovery? So, for example, if our police or the state or the police and the state launch an investigation into one of these shops because they're suspected of engaging in unlawful sales, and that takes a lot of time and money, if you will, and then you have to prosecute them. Your office has to prosecute them, and then that's going to cost money, right? Or take resources from other things. Is there a way to recover those costs or put into the ordinance specifically that in addition to amending or revoking their CUP, that there will be some sort of cost recovery mechanism, or would that have to be a change to kind of our criminal ordinance?
No, it would be illegal to recoup costs for enforcement. So we can't fine and then use those fines or fees towards enforcement.
Okay, so we can't even put in fines or penalties.
It would be fines and penalty assessments to the court, but not to recoup for the city. Correct.
What about an application fee?
That you can do. And may I suggest considering, going back to the point of limiting the number, you may want to consider a different number for existing, and then when the existing goes down to 5, then it gets limited to 5 new. That could be something separate.
Why, you think we're more exposed if we go to, we're already going below the total number.
I hear the concerns, and I agree that there is always risk to that. But that just may be something you all want to consider, just listening to the comments.
You don't want the city attorney to say, yeah, you're exposed if you reduce it, right? So.
Well, just, I won't ask that question, never mind.
I would favor having it 10 for the existing, but once those are phased out, a max of 5. Is that how would we phrase that?
Well, we don't have to word it now.
Okay, but
Right, we'd work with Mark about which ones are the limit of grandfathered smoke shops versus new smoke shops going forward.
do we know the total number in the city?
15.
15.
Seems
Okay.
like it's more than
15, based on how we've classified it, there may be more.
Okay.
Moon Donuts?
That's it. I wonder if we should put in a requirement that they card a person who loiters in the smoke shop for longer than like 5-10 minutes, you know? If you're buying an energy drink, you know, you're in there for the energy drink, you buy it and you leave. But if the person's there for longer, maybe make sure that they're over 21. I don't know, just trying to get creative here.
I would just discourage anything that uses the word loitering.
Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, if
Shopping.
we have the standard with, you can only be in there with accompanied by an adult, I don't imagine we're going to have a big loitering situation.
Okay,
Is that it?
that's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a lot of the points and comments that have been made. Good questions. And thank you, city staff, city manager, city attorney's office, Assistant City Attorney Park, and Planning Director Mark Weiner for getting this to us so soon and working with the different groups here. A question I had, and this was raised, I think it was a good one by Councilmember Kaladerovich, and it has to do with banning flavored synthetic tobacco products. And I'll apologize in advance to the city attorney and assistant city attorney for not asking the question. So can we, my question is, and you need not answer now, can we ban flavored synthetic tobacco products? Because I don't want to like jeopardize this ordinance. And I ask because I think a number of new California laws have gone into effect this year that actually regulate synthetic flavored, quote, tobacco products. I don't want to go outside what we may or may not be able to ban. So I guess my question is, could you look into that? And how soon, not to rush it, could you come back and let us know what are the parameters as to what we can and cannot ban in the category of flavored synthetic tobacco products? And to the extent we want to ban it fully as we can under state and federal law, so be it. But I suggest figure that out so we don't get tripped up. I don't know if we need to do two separate ordinances, one to address smoke shops in general and one to address a potential ban on synthetic flavored tobacco products in the city. I'll let you figure that out and let us know. Have the attorneys opine, as Councilmember Waller has said and probably will like to say going forward.
Seems to me we're getting a little bit beyond this ordinance. So when we say citywide ban, so maybe a referral to staff to explore this instead of.
I'm okay with that. Councilmember Kaladerovich raised it.
Because we're talking outside.
Yeah.
We're talking across the city, even in the, like the Walgreens stuff, not just smoke shops.
If that's what's being raised,
Yeah,
I think that's
I'm
what-
happy to make that referral later as a separate
Just to keep it
ordinance.
clean, I'd prefer.
keep it clean.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Okay.
But for purposes of this ordinance, what I'm hearing is look into section D5 and see how expansive we can be as it pertains to the products that we're prohibiting inside the smoke shop. That's kind of the direction I'm hearing. And then if we have to take that outside of our normal citywide ordinance as it pertains to tobacco licensing, that's a secondary issue.
I think that's right. So look at what we can do within the smoke shops initially. That's
Within this ordinance.
within this ordinance, okay. And that's all right with the assistant city attorney to take a look, let us know, yeah.
I will do that, thank you.
Okay. keep in mind, if we do that, then the inventory of these smoke shops may go to zero, and I'm sure that'll be part of your review, so that we don't run afoul of the law on that. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's all I show from the council. Anyone care to make a motion at this time?
Just a quick comment. I think, if I may, I think flavored tobacco products got prohibited as of January 1st of this year in California.
The question is
That's what
synthetic.
Google says. So.
But we're talking about synthetic flavored tobacco.
Synthetic.
I don't want to debate it here. I
Anyway,
think we-
yeah.
We understand the concern. We want to make sure the definition's clear, and we want to make sure that whatever we put in the ordinance is defensible under the law, and that we're not engendering particularly an adverse claim from the businesses because we have effectively stripped them of their ability to operate post haste. So
So you
We get
can
it.
take a note. Do you think you have what the council's been saying throughout this?
Yep.
I mean, okay. Councilmember Waller, you have the floor.
I would like to move that the city council create an urgency ordinance placing a moratorium on any new smoke shops in the city of Redondo Beach.
No. We have to direct staff to come back with it.
yeah, prepare and direct, yeah,
Prepare and direct.
for
Sorry.
consideration.
And take these.
I thought
So
before.
the motion I'm
I thought-
looking
okay.
for is to direct staff to incorporate the comments from the night in the ordinance and come back, and to direct staff to prepare an emergency ordinance.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And that it will come back for
May,
public hearing May
May
6th.
6th, yes.
You accept that as a friendly amendment?
Of course.
Second.
Okay. So you have the motion with the friendly amendment. Any other motions anybody wants to make? Okay, with that, we'll open it up to the public. Anybody, any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item, please come down now.
Hello, everyone. This is Porchap. I just speak on this item because no parents showed up, and they should be here. Anyway, just start out with that was a nice touch. You told him what his motion should be. That was great. Anyway, so back to the subject. When I came to America, they sold cigarettes from cigarettes machines on the street, in restaurant, any place you went, you could buy a pack of cigarette for 65 cents to 85 cents. I used to walk, a healthy walk to get the 65 cents machine. Anyway, this is a long way from there because now basically you can hardly buy tobacco in America. You know what I mean? They locked up in the stores and everything. And that was one reason I quit smoking. You know what I mean? It was harder to get, the bigger hassle to smoke, and and the money they charge for it. I mean, I don't know what's the price of cigarette, but probably over $10. You know what I mean, or more. So this thing is only interesting because this was the item today. You spend the most money, most time on it. And while we're talking here, people losing tens of thousands of dollars on their 401k, on their investments and all that stuff. So, but this is all great. But also, this would be a money-making opportunity for you if they have 15 smoke shops in the city of Redondo Beach. That must be profitable. Anyway, just also want to mention alcohol. You can buy alcohol in numerous liquor stores and every supermarket and you name it. So start with Costco to whatever, you know what I mean? And the alcohol is causing more damage than tobacco because hardly any people smoking, to my observations, but lots of people drinking and drunk on the street. And so maybe limit the alcohol consumption too with the same thing, just, bundle it up and, just 2 stores you can go and buy alcohol and whatever. And alcohol is worse, by the way, because somebody smokes a pack of cigarette, he's not going home and beat up his wife. But if you smoke a 12-pack, the chances are, you're gonna do some damage at home too. Anyway, good luck with it. It's either way, I don't really care because thank God I don't smoke anymore.
Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item? Come on down, Mary.
Mary Simon, South Bay LGBTQ Center and Surfrider Foundation, South Bay again. Over 500,000 deaths every year in this country are attributed to smoking. We know of over 200 known carcinogens in cigarette smoke. We do not know the long-term effects of these synthetic tobacco products. We don't know. We know that they've been artificially increasing the amount of nicotine in tobacco products in this country for decades. We know that the US government subsidizes the tobacco industry. There's a lot of money to be made here, and I know that's a big driver. I am a teacher of teenagers, and when I see my students on the street smoking, it makes me sick because I know the chance is that it can cause them immediate damage, but then also long-term damage. And as I said before, I've lost many family members and friends to tobacco products. Anything that we can do to keep this stuff out of the hands of our children. What adults do is what adults do. But children do not have the ability to figure out the long-term consequences of behavior. We know that over 90% of people who smoke as adults started before they were 18 years old. If we can keep tobacco products out of the hands of children, they will probably never use them. And long-term, the health benefits to the community, to individuals. We can go back to secondhand smoke and thirdhand smoke as well. It affects us everywhere. Again, the cigarette butts on the beach, all these were picked up from beaches in the South Bay here during beach cleanups. This stuff's never gonna go away. It's plastic, it's asbestos. It gets into the animals, they eat it. I mean, this just permeates our environmental food web, our food chain, but we can keep a lot of these things out of the hands of our children. And if we do that, smoking cessation will increase. We have seen a decline in smoking for years, and that's because of very active policies, very active government bodies who have tried to protect people from illegal products, from dangerous products. So we really can make a difference. And thank you for your time, because I'm very, very passionate about this issue because I've lost so many friends and family members to it, and it's not going to go away. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online? Jonathan, you're on.
Good evening, everyone. Jonathan Sepko here. Just wanted to first off and say thank you. Last year, I wasn't entirely certain if the council and staff had heard the warnings that I brought forward. Bringing those products multiple times here, showcasing which shops were selling them and all that. And it feels really fruitful that you have come through, not to stop just at the enforcement end, but to go so far as now putting this emergency ordinance together, this urgency ordinance. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much for caring for us and the community as a whole about this issue. There are a number of substantial concerns I have around the efficacy and robustness of this, but I think it would be probably better served for a later date to share that, because I understand this is an initial task that's been done by staff and council here, and I really want to applaud and support that here tonight, and hope that you will continue this forward and see where this can be a more robust ordinance to kind of address the issue in general. Thank you all so much once again for taking care of this.
So Jonathan, I wouldn't wait to give us those inputs. You can, I think it would be better served in email, which we can make a matter of public record, or some written form. So we don't wait till we're, till this ordinance is further cooked to get those ideas baked in. So anything you could provide us early, I think would be more helpful.
Noted. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Melissa?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for doing this. I give you huge kudos on this. This actually has the ability to dramatically impact youth health and safety in such a huge way very, very quickly. A couple of points I want to make. Number one, there were some comments about our IDs checked, and there's really good peer review data on this from LA County and also nationwide that clearly shows that 30% of the time, at very best, IDs are checked on minors. And they are allowed to go in there because there's energy drinks, chips, candy, et cetera. The second point I want to make is that there is guidance from the LA County Department of Public Health and some of the prevention groups that suggest that the ideal number of smoke shops should be 1 per every 10,000 residents. And that is data that I will provide to the City Council. It's something I've used and referenced in publication. The third thing is I want to thank our District 3 Councilwoman for bringing up the point of the synthetic and the non-tobacco derived nicotine products, because these are the products that our kids access right now, and they're actually more dangerous than tobacco-based products because there's zero regulation. So you understand the timeline. California banned flavored tobacco in 2022. A cigarette company filed suit, and then it took another year before that was able to be enacted. In January of this year, California banned the internet sale or the mail sale of flavored tobacco, but they have been banned since 2022 by law. Congress has given the FDA federal authority to ban and impose regulations on the synthetic and the non-tobacco derived products. And right now they're treated from a regulatory perspective the same way that the tobacco products are. There is currently a backlog of over 1,000 companies that want to sell these products, and there is simply not the personnel within the FDA. There hasn't been over the last 3 years. There certainly is not now to do that. But what happens is these products are put in place and they're sold ubiquitously until someone goes through the very arduous task, which I have done, of filing a complaint and forwarding this on to the FDA for them to take regulatory action for each and every shop. So this is a really important topic in terms of what we can do to protect our kids from these really dangerous products. And I would be hugely in favor of a citywide ban on these products, because then that would also exempt them from being able to be sold in 7-Eleven, Walgreens, the TJ Maxx, Ross Dress for Less, et cetera, because kids can access these products everywhere. So a citywide ban that would match Redondo's own 2018 ban on flavored tobacco would be good. The last point I want to make is I would really appreciate in the ordinance if it's very specific and if it includes all of the psychoactive hemp products as well as the cannabinoids that are in there, only because my experience doing tobacco advocacy work in the state and then across the country is that even though there's state and federal legislation in place.
Okay, Melissa, I apologize, but your time's up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Miriam, you have the floor.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I agree with everything the mayor said, and also Councilmember Kalujerovich. I want to thank you all for looking into this ordinance. This has been something I have been asking for years. You know, I asked during Laura MD's council meeting, during Christian Horvath, and Pages, and also at Zane's. And so I'm glad to see that this is something that is being worked on currently, and hopefully it will serve the city as it should. And then also I just want to, so I don't want to repeat everything Melissa said, but I agree with everything Melissa Deschamps just said. And I do want to address the comment that Mr. Obaji made about being surprised there's not more parents there. You know, we have made ourselves heard, people have emailed, people have attended everyone's individual council meetings and have verbalized that they would like to see regulations on the smoke shops, less smoke shops. Don't let them put their paraphernalia out in the entryways or in the windows. So, you know, we knew, for those few people that knew that tonight was going to happen, we trusted that you guys heard us and are going forward with this. So there's not really a big need for people to come out. There's not a question about should we put an ordinance or not. You guys are doing an ordinance and we're happy with it, versus other topics like should we, you know, have our city fire department go to, you know, county or whatever. People showed up for that because there was a question about whether to keep the fire department local or farm them out. But in this situation, it's not the same. So that's why a lot of parents chose not to come tonight, especially when, you know, we've got kids, we've got things to do. We don't need to show up to every single thing, but we have other ways of making our comments heard. So if you look at the e-comments, you'll see multiple e-comments from parents supporting the ordinance. And so again, we appreciate all your work, and you know, just want to make sure that you understand it is a little bit insulting when you make comments like that, and to just be a little bit more mindful of what you say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. I will call Councilmember Obaji, something quick or?
Yeah. Is it possible to require that these vendors only sell products that, that prohibit them from selling chips and energy drinks and products that would appeal to youth and would give cause for youth to enter so that the onus would be on them to ID anybody who's entering into the store?
I would say yes, because, well, at least for the smoke shops going forward, that would require a conditional use permit. In terms of the existing businesses, that's something I'd like to converse with the city attorney's office on. But for the new ones moving forward, the city could limit it to only smoke products, tobacco products strictly.
So no food or drink.
Right.
Yeah.
Or else they could sell food and drink, but they need to ID people before they walk in.
Which I think we already expressed.
Did we express that that's going to be the case, though? That we're going to ID before people walk in?
Well,
We had it.
the minors have to be accompanied by a parent, so
Yeah, there was signage that was, if you're a minor, you
But
have to be accompanied.
do
by
they
an
card them on coming in? That's, you understand the concern that people are expressing.
Yeah, we'll look into, I mean, both might be techniques we can deploy in the ordinance to try to restrict
Right. I mean,
access
there's
for
also a
minors.
gap between 18 and 21, right? Somebody,
Who's an adult?
somebody's an adult, but they still can't purchase tobacco products. So what business do they have in a tobacco store?
I think we might have to tighten up that language, reflect a 21 and older eligible adult or something along those lines. I think it's the same reason you can't bring a minor into a bar. You're restricting people that are 21 and under effectively.
Maybe it's cleaner just to not sell food
But
and drink, but
I
we can
prefer
discuss
not to
that.
engineer it here. I think
Okay.
you guys
We'll
have the
look into
gist
it.
of
We
what
hear the
All right, cool.
concerns.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
we'll do what we can to tighten that up.
Before we
That's
vote,
it.
if I might just make a comment and thank Chief Hoffman and your team for the enforcement that you've done so far. And if there are any resources you need to continue that while we go through this process, please let us know. That's it.
Okay, with that, I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thanks for putting this together so quickly.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you, thank you.
Director.
Can't reinforce how much we appreciate that. And we know you have a lot on your plate. Okay, with that, we're going into N2. Discussion and possible action regarding a follow-up report on e-bike use in the city of Redondo. Chief Hoffman, you've got the floor.
Sorry, the title was supposed to say smoke shop enforcement.
Did I say?
No, I'm kidding. It's just a joke. It's only e-bikes. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening. And real quick, I'm just going to do a little quick intro. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. We're back tonight with an update on the status of e-bikes in the city. It's going to cover enforcement education, things that we've been doing, as well as some encouraging legislation that's currently out there. I have with me tonight Lieutenant Brian Long, who's lieutenant of our Special Operations Bureau, which oversees the traffic unit and our community services unit, which plays a large role in all of the different areas that we're focusing on with e-bike enforcement. Lieutenant Long is going to run through a brief presentation, and then we'll both be here to answer questions at the conclusion.
Thanks, Chief. Hi, good evening. Like the Chief said, I'm Brian Long with the City of Redondo Beach. And I'm redoing the update. Last August, you guys asked for a 6-month update on all things e-bike relating to the PD, which covers our enforcement and our education. So I'll be going over that briefly with you today. Since August, the police department's responded to about approximately 150 calls for service involving e-bikes. Those are typically calls of kids, juveniles riding their e-bikes on the wrong side of the road, not obeying traffic laws, running stop signs, doing wheelies down the street. So as you can imagine, our dispatch receives either a 911 call or another call for service on a non-emergency line. We respond officers out to the scene, and by that time, they're usually in the wind, right? So we got to look at how are we going to do our enforcement? Like, where are we going to get our most bang for our buck? And luckily, our sergeant in charge of traffic has put together a multi-agency e-bike enforcement detail, and he focused on places where kids are going to be riding their bikes at specific dates and times. And those are usually when they're going to school in the morning to Redondo Union High School. So we've put those details together, and we did enforcement action in August and again in February, and we did 75 enforcement stops just on those 2 days. Not all of those led to citations, but it was a lot of enforcement, and we plan on doing several more before the end of the year. Citywide, in the last 6 months, we've written 171 citations relating to e-bikes violating California Vehicle Code sections, and it led to several bikes being impounded. One part is writing citations, the other part is doing positive reinforcement. I really like this. Our community members, business owners will come to the police department and donate gift cards to us. As a watch commander, I always made it a priority to make sure that our officers went out and gave those gift cards to kids that were obeying the laws, they were wearing their helmets, they were doing things that they were supposed to be doing. And I really like this, and it's something that we do on a regular basis. This was kind of surprising to me, and I'm happy to report on it, that in the last 6 months, we've only had 4 accidents with e-bikes that have been reported to us. I could report that none of them were seriously injured. They were all minor injuries. No one had to be taken to the hospital. But the first 2 incidents, the e-bikers were at fault for failing to obey traffic signs. The third incident was a vehicle pulled over and opened up the door into oncoming e-bike trafficker, and the e-bike kid fell down and hurt himself. And the last one was e-bike lost control of his e-bike and ran off the road and hit a fence. But again, nobody was seriously hurt, and we've only had those 4 incidents, knock on wood, in the last 6 months.
How does that compare to the prior 6 months? Do you have that info at all?
I don't have that data with me right now, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Other things we're working with is we're partnering with the Redondo Union School District. All the middle schools are conducting safety classes as it relates to bikes and e-bikes. And if kids want to ride their bikes to school, they have to attend this safety class. And we've been partnering with the school and our school resource officers to make sure that those run smoothly. And as of today, there's been 370 stickers. So 370 kids in the last 6 months have attended those courses and received permission to ride their bikes to school and park on campuses. Another thing we're doing, this is specific to the Redondo Beach Police Department. We applied for and received a grant to basically teach bike safety, and it's for kids on regular bikes and also e-bikes. And we've coined it our bike rodeo. It's a free event focused on bike safety and education from kindergartners to 12th grade. And it's a great event. Our traffic unit puts this on. We set up cone patterns. It's a lot of fun for the kids, but it's also educational. And it's just a way for us to continue pushing education at a young age. And we've done 2 so far in the last 6 months, and I think we have another 2 or 3 planned by the end of the year. Again, that's all paid through grant money from the state. So some community outreach and engagement. I've talked about our gift card program, but we've also given a couple presentations. We went to Redondo Union High School, provided a presentation there, as along with the Emmanuel Lutheran Public Safety Fair. And that a way is for us to engage the community and raise awareness about e-bike safety. Most recently, Captain Martinez, who's there in the back, went to e-bike town hall put on by California State Assembly member Al Martucci. It was an open forum where residents got to come and ask questions, and a lot of good information was provided. The Assemblyman is also working on some new assembly bills, which I'll go over here in a minute. So as last year, there was, I think, 3 or 4 different assembly bills that would regulate the use of e-bikes in the state. They all did not pass except for this one pilot program. And I want to repeat, it is a pilot program, and it is only in San Diego County, and it limits who could ride an e-bike. And that's limited. There's nobody under 12 could ride an e-bike. And if you're over 12, you need to have a state ID, which would be an ID card or a driver's license, and also pass a CHP safety course. Once you pass that, you'd get your certificate. You had an ID, you're able to ride an e-bike. And again, this is only in the county of San Diego, and it went into effect in January, and it's a pilot program for 4 years. So we'll monitor that to see if it gets any traction for statewide. Moving on to the assembly bill that Al Martucci was talking about. This is good for us. Right now it's in committee. So it basically says that it will target motorized cycles that are being marketed as e-bikes, often with features exceeding 750 watts. It will also encourage police to impound illegally marketed motorized cycles. So this is important for us because it distinguishes between an e-bike and what is not an e-bike. So I don't know if you're aware, but anything above 750 watts is considered not an e-bike. And in this legislation, he coins it a motorized cycle, which gives us the authority to take it off the street via impound. So that's important. It also would give an age restriction. It says that it would empower peace officers to remove e-bikes operated by individuals under 16 years of age on a Class 3 e-bike. If you're not aware, there's 3 classes of e-bikes. We have Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Typical Class 1 bike is a bike you start pedaling, the motor turns on, and it'll allow you to go 20 miles per hour. After you hit that 20 miles per hour, the motor turns off. You're allowed to pedal and go faster than 20 miles, but the motor will stop at 20 miles per hour. So that's a Class 1. A Class 2 is one that has a hand throttle, where you don't have to pedal, you could just hit the throttle with your hand, and it allows you to go to 20 miles per hour, and then the motor will turn off. And a Class 3 e-bike is much like a Class 2, except for the speed allows you to go up to 28 miles per hour. But again, these are all vehicles or bikes that have a motor of 750 watts or less. Anything above 750 is not an e-bike. I think you could see some of the bikes on the display there. We call them bikes, but they're not really bikes. Those are electric motorcycles. They probably go 60, 70 miles per hour. And this legislation would help distinguish between what an e-bike is and what a motorized cycle is. So, I mean, the police department, we're going to continue our effort in education and outreach, where it can continue enforcement of state and local laws when they're applicable. We'll continue to multi-jurisdictional enforcement details. We'll monitor and report back on pending legislation, and we're going to review reasonable prosecution alternatives with the city attorney's office. Chief, do you have anything you want to add on that?
Sure. I think one of the keys here is how far we've come in the past 6 months. So you'll see, we've talked about creating laws. Do we need an ordinance in the city? We have plenty of laws in the California Vehicle Code that allow us to do the ordinance, to do the enforcement, as we demonstrated last time. And one of the things we've really been pushing for is that state legislation. I met personally with members from Assemblymember Murasucci's office and talked about this isn't something that is best addressed city by city by city. This needs a statewide initiative. And they listened, and they've done it. And now the timing was perfect, because now that bill was introduced by Assemblymember Murasucci, and it's now in the Transportation Committee. And that's something that's going to help us. That's going to help us in the city. There's a lot of responsible children in Redondo Beach that ride their e-bikes to school, stop at every stop sign, wear their helmets, lock them up, follow the rules, and we're not targeting them. But a lot of these electric motorcycles that are out there, and that's what they are, they're electric motorcycles, we need laws in place so that we can get them off the streets, because they're creating a hazard. It's dangerous for them, it's dangerous for the drivers, and this is going to be a significant step forward. And in the meantime, we're going to keep doing some of the things that we're doing. You know, we're doing reasonable enforcement efforts, we're doing the multi-jurisdictional details. Other cities in the South Bay are coming and helping us, and we're going and helping other cities with their enforcement efforts as well. The education has been great. The little workshops that we're doing, the bike rodeos, that encourages involvement by the community. It encourages the parents to stay involved and make sure that their kids are riding the bikes responsibly. And letting kids know when they do something good, they're going to get a reward. Who doesn't like to be told good job? So having the gift cards and giving somebody a $5 Starbucks card or a Slurpee card or whatever we happen to have is nice, because it's a positive contact with the police department, which just further helps us build trust in the community while we continue to do our job. So we're going to continue doing everything that we're doing, monitoring the legislation, provide additional updates, and do everything that we can to keep our finger on the pulse of the e-bike situation in Redondo. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to present tonight, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the report. Couple questions. So it seems like in your report, it was mostly kids. Have you pulled over or cited any adults?
I don't know specifically, but I would say the vast majority are juveniles that are riding the e-bikes. I would say well over 95%. I haven't personally seen an adult on an e-bike that we've stopped.
Okay. Well, I have witnessed adults being just as unlawful on e-bikes as I've seen kids. In fact, I was surprised. I went down on I was walking down on the bike path below the bluff, this past weekend, both days, and I found more adults were putting people at risk than the kids. You know, they have the big heavy bikes and they're just going full speed with speakers blaring and carving in and out real fast amongst people. So
I
actually
agree.
just as many, well, maybe not as many, but the adults who do, I think often are, you know, a higher percentage of them blow through stop signs and.
Yeah, what I was referring to was the calls for service. Where
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kids were, it's usually kids that were getting the calls on that were doing wheelies and doing that stuff. We haven't got a whole lot of calls on adults on e-bikes down on the bike path and stuff like that. But what I was
I
referring
don't
to
think
was the
you
calls
see
for
adult
service.
gangs like you do the kids,
Right.
but they blow through stop signs.
I'm
and
sure they do.
Do stupid
I
stuff.
recall last summer, we were getting some complaints down on Harbor Drive on the weekends, which was more adults than kids. You know, a lot of the enforcement is targeted enforcement around kids going back and forth from school and things like that before and after school hours. But we did use some of the Office of Traffic Safety STEP grant money to do specific enforcement details down on North Harbor Drive last summer. And I could see that being a reasonable approach again as we're starting to get into the summer months, because that's more of a weekend behavior because there's increased traffic down there.
Yep.
So I could see that occurring again as we get into the summer.
And I do think there's more accidents than are reported, obviously. Just, I saw
Certainly.
a girl, she's probably 13, coming down Avenue C ramp on an e-bike with fat tires. And at the bottom, went to turn and the wheel didn't turn, it just slid out. And she was pretty scraped up, but she got up and just took off without, I offered her help, she just took off.
Yeah.
I think she was more embarrassed than.
Sometimes they're reported, sometimes they're not, and sometimes, believe it or not, with bicycles, depending on where they happen, it's not considered a traffic collision. So it's just an injury. So, you know, it's challenging when something's a traffic collision or not.
There was a bill that went through that targeted manufacturers and aftermarket ads that said, you know, one, you have to label. There has to be a big label of what class bike it is, and that it's illegal to sell things that would alter that class. And I know that, you know, you can go online and you see companies selling e-bikes that say with this software upgrade, you can go past, you know, the normal class 3 restrictions. Is there any way for you guys to enforce that kind of thing?
It's really difficult. I mean, even if you look at the bikes that are there now, it's really hard to tell if it's over 750 watts or not. There's no sticker on there that says, you know, 900 watt battery. So it's tricky. Enforcement is based on discretion, and when, you know, officers want to take enforcement action, or if they feel the need to impound a bike, they can. We leave that up to them. But it is tough to discern which bike is which because they're not clearly marked.
Well, what I was reading, yeah, if the ones that were already produced, you're not going to have them. But from what I understand is all the new ones produced since January and sold since January have to have a blatant sticker that says 1, 2, 3 on it. And it's illegal to modify them beyond the class that the sticker shows. So I'm still not sure how maybe if you clocked them on radar and it's it says it's class 2 and they're going 28 on the motor, you know they did something. But other than that, it's probably hard to.
Especially when they're going by at 20 miles an hour, trying to look for a little sticker and see what the number is. And that doesn't constitute reasonable suspicion for us to do an enforcement stop to inspect the class of bike. In certain circumstances, if we already have a stop for running a stop sign, it may come into play later. But realistically, if they don't have pedals, then we're going to be able to stop them. The ones without pedals, they're the ones with the high wattage motors that are probably the most dangerous ones out there.
Yeah, I saw several of those on the Strand.
And that's easy for us to spot regardless of how quickly they go by.
I was reading an article, and I forget which city it was from. It was an easy reader where, you know, went to pull up on a group of kids. They all went different directions. They got 1 out of 5, I think it was. Would it help to ask for legislation to actually put a license plate on these? So if you get a picture, you know.
Sure, we'll take all the help we can get. It might be a challenge. One of the comments that we received when meeting with the legislators was a concern about the additional workload for DMV related to legislation pertaining to e-bikes. So based on just the sheer number of e-bikes that we're seeing in the city, and that's just in Redondo Beach, I can imagine that would be a significant obstacle as far as getting legislation passed. Would it benefit us? Certainly, because that way if somebody ran, if they get stolen, it'd be easier for us to identify. There'd be a lot of benefits there. And like I said, we'll take all the help we can get to regulate this issue.
Yeah, I didn't get to go to Assemblymember Muratsuchi's bike event because I was out of country, but I did get to go to just last week or the week before, he spoke to at the school. And he said one of the problems with e-bikes and the legislature is it's a few beach cities that are having all the problems at inland, where the revenues of the parents aren't as high. They're saying we don't see a problem. So I think that's some of the, we have more affluent residents. There's more of those, more density of them than you see inland. So that's part of the problem with passing some of this stuff. So we can be your avenue as well. I know you talk to the state legislators. If you have things you want us to push, please let us know. Like I'll be talking with both Ben Allen's staff and Al Mertsucci's staff in the next couple of weeks. So if there's something you want me to mention to them regarding e-bikes or any other law, let me know so I can make that part of the agenda.
I mean, one thing to consider would be possibly considering a letter of support for the assembly bill that's currently in the Transportation Committee. That legislation has already been introduced, and that's currently where it sits. And if the council supported that and considered that as...
Yeah. You don't have to tell me tonight, but send me an email. I've got meetings with them, so let me know what I can do to help out.
What was the bill?
AB 75, right?
Yeah. You go back.
875?
875.
And the timing was good on that because it was literally just introduced in February.
I think the COG took a position in support of it too.
Okay. With that, I'll open up the council. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor, and Chief Hoffman, Lieutenant Long, Captain Martinez. Great job. I mean, seriously. You guys have done a phenomenal job through your education, enforcement, and outreach, and it shows in the statistics. And anecdotally, I've seen it in action. I've seen out here in front of Redondo Union High School, the enforcement that you've done, and there's been a marked improvement, not only over these 6 months, but during this period of time that you've been working on this. More kids stopping at stop signs, wearing helmets, not all the time, but it's better, and it's appreciated. I also want to mention the presentation. I thought was excellent. It was informative, it was succinct, it had a good cadence, and it was, captivating, entertaining. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Yes. The AB 875, yes, please, if we could take a look at that, see what's in it, and get an understanding on it. I think you may find some support here for that, either as is or with, improvements and input. And I just do want to just say to the public at large, e-bikes have been tricky, but, we can't overlook, it's been a benefit in a lot of ways. And, we have kids who aren't sitting on the couch in front of the TV, they're out on their bikes, they're mobile. We have seniors and families who are using e-bikes. It's saving a lot of car time and, I dare say carbon emissions from parents not having to drive their children all over town to and from school. And I'm not making a prediction, but it's possible we may end up with a whole generation of kids who opt not to get a car going forward and stick with an e-bike or some variation of that. So we'll see how that works. Did have one question, if I may, Mayor? Yeah. Of the 4 collisions that you reported, if you know, how many of those involve the 750 e-bikes or class 3 e-bikes versus some of the?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that data.
Okay.
I can get that though. I can
right.
try to. It's going to be tough. I don't know if that's actually reported in the traffic collision report. So it might be kind of tough to get that.
It was challenging even gathering the statistics because
Right.
some officers ride e-bikes, some ride bicycle, some leave it blank, and we really had to scour through the data to figure it all out. It's, it's relatively new technology as far as the way that citations issued and reports are written. So distinguishing between the classes of e-bikes is sometimes we can do it and sometimes we can't.
Understood. And I was just wondering because, if all of those collisions involve 750s or class 3s, at least anecdotally, you could say, whoa, these are inherently less safe. But it's a small data point. I was just curious if you had that information. And if they didn't involve the 750s or the class 3s and, maybe there's not so much of a safety difference. I'm not drawing a conclusion right now. Yeah, I would say keep doing what you're doing. And for us, we're in favor of enforcement, a balanced approach. We don't want to, and you haven't advocated for making it so burdensome for folks to get e-bikes or ride e-bikes or pay money for regulations or restrictions or licensing for e-bikes where people just say, you know what, forget it. I'm going back to the car or whatever. So that's it. Thank you again. And thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity.
Thanks for recognizing that too, Councilmember Barron. You know, our approach with enforcement is balanced. It's balanced enforcement. It's balanced between issuing citations, warnings, and rewarding the good behavior, but also balanced between e-bikes and other types of traffic enforcement. And we have 6.2 miles to do traffic enforcement, and we get a lot of complaints related to traffic. And we can't just indicate to our traffic unit, only go out there and do e-bike enforcement. We have a lot of other types of vehicle violations that we also need to be responsive to. So it is a challenge that we can always do better. There's always room for improvement on the part of the police department, but I do appreciate the understanding that our approach to enforcement is one of balance.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I just want to jump on the bandwagon there. I have noticed in the last year, the improvement in behaviors in general, not all of them, but in general, the behaviors respecting, you know, helmets seem to be the norm now, and they weren't when they first came out. And I do see kids, even if they don't fully stop, they do slow down, and I see them look both ways before they proceed across the intersection in general. So have seen an improvement, so you have been impactful. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, what Councilmember Barron said, thank you for a phenomenal job. And I asked the question about how many accidents did you have in the past 6 months prior to that? Because just anecdotally, my impression was we were having so many accidents before. I'd see on Facebook, kid dragged under a truck and so on and so forth. We've cut down the number seemingly significantly. And if you're saying no significant injuries, I assume all 4 of these accidents included kids who were wearing helmets.
I believe they were, yes.
Right. Like the mayor said, from what I can see, I think I've seen 1 kid without a helmet in the last 3 months, whereas before it was like the whole pack would have their helmets unbuckled. So what you guys are doing is phenomenal. What you guys and gals are doing in the police department is phenomenal. And I'd say that, you know, the more that you can keep track of the success you're having and the change that you've affected, I think the more it's going to be to your credit as a department to be able to boast that when seeking grant funding and the like. So thank you for everything you've done here. And I'll say that at the COG, we've taken a position to support, at least the steering committee. It's going to go to the directors at the end of the month in support of AB 875. And in addition, I think they're looking at the other bill, but then we realize now that it's just a pilot program in San Diego and has already passed. So I would include whoever wants to make a motion on this to prepare a letter in support of AB 75, because that seems like an easy regulation that does not necessitate the involvement of the DMV in order to get greater control over these super fast, arguably dangerous e-motorbikes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Again, I just wanted to reiterate what they said, and thank you for all the hard work that you've put into this. And as a parent of a freshman at the high school and being around the high school on a daily basis, I've noticed from the beginning of the school year through today that there's, you know, a drastic change in just the behavior of kids on e-bikes. And I know part of that enforcement and also the rewards, but also how you worked with the school district to come up with the rodeos and certification plans with the school district, and a combination of that sort of helped drive the change to all of the students immediately. I know through enforcement, you may only be able to stop 1 or 2 before or after school, but working with the school district, we were able to get that change pushed through to everyone, and I think that's made a marked improvement in just e-bike safety for the e-bikers and drivers and pedestrians around the high school and middle schools.
Thank you for recognizing that. Enforcement is a big part of it, but my experience, and I've been doing this job for a long time, is enforcement corrects behavior for a very short period of time. and then generally people revert back to whatever that behavior is. What really gives us the positive impact is an increase in awareness and education. And I think by bringing more of the stakeholders in, the schools and the parents, it's creating that conversation more regularly about the safety and how to operate. So it's encouraging to hear that everyone's experiencing a slightly better view, but we can only take partial credit for that. Really what it comes down to is the team effort between all the stakeholders in the community, the parents, the residents, the kids on the bikes, the school district. It's everybody that chips in a little bit and affects some percentage of those that are using the e-bikes. So thank you for bringing that up and recognizing that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
As somebody who spends my day in Riviera Village, I'll let you know this summer if things really do get better, because I look out at the village and I can see the roving bands and some, they've been pretty surly, started fires in the alley, done stuff like that. So it'll be good to see if they do make that difference. I also would credit the school district by requiring the kids to have those permits. Really does, it's like now they're wearing their helmets because that's how they have, if they want to get to school, they have to do that. The 750 watt thing is like when we were kids with a 50cc motorcycle or a moped. It's like, oh, it's a 49cc, but I just went and I bought this kit and it's now a 75. You can't tell the difference. And so I get it. You can't enforce yourself out of a problem. But yeah, the education, I've talked to legislators over the years. It's nice to see that San Diego pilot because a motorized vehicle is a motorized vehicle, and that's how they're treating it. And that way, it's like if you're over 12, you got to have this and you got to go. I think that would be a great way to go. I understand the DMV thing, but an AB 875 is perfect. Then on the safety side, the only thing I'd like to add is these e-bikes are very heavy. They've got very large fat tires with big rotating masses, and the brakes generally are bicycle brakes. And when you're doing your education, let people know that they need to inspect those brakes a lot. When you said about the kid having, on the accident on the ramp, most of the serious accidents on e-bikes, including fatalities, are going down hills and having the brakes fail. And then they go into traffic and there's nothing that can be done. So just reinforce on those parents and those kids that if they've got an e-bike, just religiously check those brakes, because if your brakes fail, you're now riding this massive thing that doesn't stop.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, I will just add, my kids did attend the bike rodeo and it was exceptional when you guys handed out lights for them. They're always excited for swag, so thank you for that. But also, you checked the bikes, and they weren't e-bikes to be fair, but you checked the brakes, you made sure everything was working. I mean, it was very thorough, and then having the course, I mean, your officers are dancing with the music. It's incredible. So kudos to you. I mean, I think the whole council, we're applauding your efforts, and everything you're doing, keep doing it. And then I just also want to shout out to our 7-Eleven partners who did donate. I think last time they were here, 2,000 Slurpee gift cards. So that's it. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is for discussion and possible action. Any actions we want to direct towards?
Receive and file, report back in 6 months, and if you want to do something on 875, add that to it.
Yeah,
Somebody want to make a
prepare
motion?
a letter in support of
875.
And you want to combine it with come back in 6 months?
Do you want another report back?
That's what I just.
Well, maybe not. I mean, I think.
Maybe we go a year.
Yeah.
A year. Or.
Let's go a year.
I don't think we need to tweak anything. I think a year is fine.
Yeah, let's do a year. Yeah, it's fine.
Your check-in?
Your check-in.
Yep.
Okay.
So the motion's to write a letter of support to AB 875 and come back in a year.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
With that? I don't want to put a burden on you. That's, in addition to your heavy workload with the tobacco shops.
We'll bring a letter back for consideration, and then hopefully in the next year, we'll have some good news on some of the bills that are pending and some of our progress. And of course, if something were to change and you wanted to report sooner, then you could always amend that request. And we'll plan on a year at this point if that's the direction.
Okay. And on I was going to say on 875, we have an opportunity to look at it before it shows up on consent in case we want to make some tweaks, or we'll do that at the time?
It's your choice. It depends on how much input you want on the letter. We can do a simple, you could authorize us to send the letter with support. If you'd like to evaluate 875 a little more deeply and you want us to agendize the item, we can bring it back for discussion.
Put it on consent, you can always pull it off consent.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, we'll bring it back as consent item.
Thank you.
Does that work with the other council members?
I like it.
Well, we'll find out in the vote.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have the double second. Any member of the public wish to speak on that? I do have one card. Scott called Crowell. Sorry, I didn't have my glasses on.
Good evening, City Council members and residents of Redondo Beach. I'm here to address the growing issue, the e-bike safety enforcement, and how we can make our streets safer for everyone. E-bikes provide great mobility, but without consistent enforcement and clear regulations, they pose real risks. Over the past several months, the police department has reported reckless riding, enforcement stops, and collisions involving e-bikes. While education programs like the Redondo Beach Unified School District's e-bike training initiative are a great step forward, many riders, especially juveniles, continue to ignore traffic laws, ride on sidewalks, and cause safety concerns for pedestrians and drivers alike. One of the areas most affected is the Esplanade, a beautiful coastal walkway where people stroll and take in ocean views, often paying more attention to the scenery than to passing cyclists. Yet e-bikes continue to appear on sidewalks, particularly here and near the pier. In fact, last week I was almost run down by one on the pier. Despite regulations meant to keep them on the street, if AB 2234 requires a skills waiver and ID to ride, that suggests e-bikes belong on the road, not in the pedestrian spaces. But regulations mean nothing without enforcement. This leads to a bigger issue. If current rules on stop signs, gas-powered leaf blowers, and other violations aren't being consistently enforced, how can we expect new e-bike restrictions being different? Should certain e-bikes be treated like motor vehicles? Many models don't require pedaling, yet they still aren't subject to being registered. If our city is tracking collisions and citations, shouldn't that data be shared with Sacramento to push for clear policies on licensing? The goal isn't to ban e-bikes. It's to ensure they are used safely and responsibly. We need stronger enforcement, better infrastructure, and leadership that is proactive, not reactive. If we don't act now, we risk letting this problem escalate, putting more residents, drivers, pedestrians, and riders themselves at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchap again. Great presentation, Chief and Mr. Long. Okay, very nice. Many of you maybe don't know, but I was the first one, maybe probably as an adult, to get the e-bike in the South Bay. It was in like 2008 or 9 when the great gasoline price jumped to over $4. Anyway, so I gave it up after like 90 days. I returned it, Walmart, thank you. And since I was riding my regular bicycle, what I recommend to children, grow some muscles, grow some lungs instead of sitting on an e-bike. And it's a very good presentation, Chief, but when I looked up the e-bike laws in like 2008 or 9, I did not like the helmet for adults, and I did not like that, you need it for children, because I was gonna let my daughter ride it. But anyway, so I decided I don't want e-bike anyway, but that would be a good thing to advocate for no rider under 14 years old, because this is a motorized vehicle, bicycle or not, it's a motorized vehicle. And I don't think I was, up when I was 12 years old to decide and navigate all the rules when you go out like PCH. You know what I mean? That's very dangerous, especially with motorized bike. So I would keep every children of motorized bike till they're 14. So that would be my one suggestion. The other one, you could put it in, like not just the ill behaving, but ganging up. You know what I mean? A month ago, I had a incident when 6 or 8 kid gang up on me. Usually I don't call the police because, I'm poor chap, I can handle myself, but, that would look very stupid, beat up 4 or 5 kids. You know what I mean? Because they were very disrespectful and they were riding the no-pedal motorcycles and they were like 13, 14 years old, So, of course, the police showed up, they all split, and the police did not chase them. That would be stupid, the police chasing little kid on a motorcycle. But anyway, I would put it in the law, 6 or more is a gang. Just like 6 people were wearing the shirt, that would be considered a gang. So 6 juvenile riding together, that should be a gang also. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
Yeah, I have Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Hi again. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Joy, Mike Wodzinski, and officers and staff. I really wanted to say that there are still a number of kids running around without the helmets up here in North Redondo. We often see them 2 or 3 on a bike, and sometimes they're dragging along a friend on a skateboard. About a week or 2 weeks ago, we had a kid get hit by a car who was on his e-bike over here on Artesia in Slauson, and they had the first responders had to come out. I know that there have been incidents where the kids on these bikes sometimes have a tendency to kind of mob someone else. They were doing it on pedestrians, I think down in the Strand at one point, and other drivers, on the bikes. And sometimes the juvenile delinquency, kind of creeps into this and dovetails with this accessibility, to the motorized vehicles. And it would be really good if the parents are held more accountable if they're doing bad things, Now, I know that looks like PV and Hermosa are kind of cracking down on a lot of the behaviors because they've been having vandalism, people throwing rocks off their bikes and that. It'd be really good if they could have an ordinance here in our city that would enable the officers and to be able to go after some of this and maybe get a hold of the perpetrators of this kind of behavior. But I really think it was a great presentation. I appreciate it very much. And just hope, but I know that there are supposedly there are kids who are buying kits that are giving them these fake pedals to put on those electric motorcycles. There's always somebody trying to find a way around the law, Okay, well, hey, thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes the Zoom, and then we have, for the record, 2 e-comments support.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji and Kalajevic, your hand's still up?
No, sorry about that.
Okay, any other discussion before I call the vote? Okay, I'll call the vote. All 4?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next is city manager items. Over to you. City
Yes,
Manager
thank you.
Wojcinski.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of notes scheduling wise this evening. No council meeting next Tuesday night, the 22nd. We will next be together at 3 o'clock on the 29th, 2 weeks from tonight. We will open the council meeting here, and then we will quickly recess to the main library meeting room on the 2nd floor for our strategic planning session. So we will see you all at 3 o'clock on the 29th here in the chambers, and then up in the library.
Is that
That's it.
Okay. Okay, referrals to staff. I'll do the poll. Councilmember Waller.
Yes, I would like to have a BRR for the creation of an AI agent for the redondo.org website to assist residents and businesses for everything from getting information to permits to business licenses. And another one, unless you want to combine it, for getting a new version of the Access Redondo app
Those will be definitely two different BRRs, yes, so.
By that new version, do you mean like?
An update
Kind of
to
a
it.
Comcate review replacement cost.
Yeah, it could, whoever manufactures that app, created the app, it was many years ago. It doesn't follow many of the Apple guidelines. It'll probably be pulled from the market from Apple
We
at some
don't, we
point.
shouldn't
So,
discuss it or debate it
okay.
here. You've got the BRR, so,
Got it, thank you.
okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Castle. Nothing. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes. Well, I guess I just want to clarify, I'd like to make a separate referral to have the discussion about banning synthetic flavored tobacco products, since that was separate in our discussion.
Just to clarify, citywide.
Correct, yes, thank you. Citywide. And then I would like to get
Is that a BRR or
no, that's a
The
referral
discussion,
for
yeah.
discussion.
can we get a second?
I'm sorry.
Do we know that there's no current state law on it? Because I'm seeing from Google AB 3218, SB 1230, and SB 793 prohibits retailers from selling flavored tobacco products, including their,
Flavored,
right, including their analogs. And that includes all chemical, including salts, complexes, and synthetic or naturally flavored versions.
Well, let's,
I would say the discussion can incorporate whether that is happening or not.
We need a discussion to know that state law covers it.
We can bring back an understanding of whether or not it's currently restricted under state law. If it is, we may not need to expand on our current ordinance, and we simply need to refer, as we did in our draft ordinance earlier, other prohibited state products. But if you'd like a report back on that, we could probably incorporate that. If it does fall into that category, we incorporate that review as part of our follow-up.
I'm not trying
Smoke
to
shop
create a
ordinance.
new state law. I don't want any loopholes. I would like to
Right,
close
I'll
it.
If we need it to be an update to our citywide ordinance, we'll
got
do a
it.
standalone
we have a
discussion.
motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay.
Great. And lastly, I'd like to get a BRR. The Perry Park Teen Center, I know that the Youth Commission is talking about upgrades there. Kind of, they have their wish list. I know there's a budget for it. I would like to know, are there things that they're requesting that are outside of the current budget, and what is the cost for those? As well as if there's staff that is needed outside of what is currently available for budget in that. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, just want to make sure.
We can get that to you.
Crystal? Are we-
It's crystal clear. Now,
Okay.
whether or not we have funding for that, that'll be
No,
another discussion.
That's why it's a
yes.
BRR. I
Yes.
just, they're working hard on that, and I'd like them to kind of shoot for the moon, and so that we're aware of where some gaps may be.
Yeah, our moon this year might be a little lower and closer to Earth than it has been in the last few years, but we'll cover that then. Yes. Yeah.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Barrett.
Nothing.
And I have nothing, so.
Wow.
Okay, so now we will, as the city manager pointed out, like to adjourn to our next meeting, which will be an adjourned regular meeting, strategic planning session to be held at 3 p.m. Tuesday, April 29th. We'll open in, as the city manager said, in the city council chamber, and then move to the upstairs, the main library meeting room. So can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.